yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Sisi vile si watu ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
hii maendeleo anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, wani lazima. Enda, tara tuende.
Wakenya mkoja.
Thank you, Mr. Benson, for joining in. Asante sana, everybody that is joining us. Asante sana. This is the second tier of our Sound Candy Talk. This is where we come and have our conversation. Mr. Benson, I would like for you to confirm me that my mic is good and everything is working well.
Yeah, your mic is working well. I don't know whether mine is working.
Yours is working well as too, sir. I really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we come and have a good conversation because, listen, we cannot all fit in the mainstream media, but we come and have a conversation here. And this is where actually some of the things that we talk about in your Mali tunaongea. Some of them want to call them Bunge la Mwananchi if you're in Kenya, but this is the Bunge la Mwananchi of the media and where we come and really have somewhere to converse. I am very appreciative of you. We are moving on a second tier. We had the first one. Kama ujaiona, tafadhali enda uone huko. I think I should call it a third tier because we had a book on the first one with Bernard, and then we came to the other one that we just finished, and we are going to the other one because I think people are not yet done talking about our country because I think there's a lot to talk, and we are appreciative of having people like Mr. Bro Benson because this is our country. We don't care where you come from. If you don't come from Kenya, move away. And if you don't even come from Kenya and you can actually talk about our country, then let's have a conversation. This is a country that we're not going to live for a long time, whether you live in diaspora or not. At the end of the day, it is for us and for our generations. So basically, I always say, let's talk. What is it that is bothering Mr. Benson where he is? What is it that is bothering Mr. Lala where he is? And what is it that is uniting us and becoming one? And what we can talk together and what we can actually put our minds together. And that is the biggest part of this Sound Candy Talk. The reason we call it Sound Candy Talk is just be sound and be candid. Let's have a conversation. This is our third tier. We're going to do it Learning Friday as we wait for the rest of them. Lala, let me, between you, I'm always very cordial. Between you and Benson, I think Benson was actually, Lala, let me let Benson go first because I cut him out because time was running out on the other side. So let me let Benson first of all go, and then Lala, you jump in straight after Benson. Now watu mkuje na mjoin, like the video, subscribe. Let's have a conversation. This is the Friday Talk with yours lovely, one and only. Kenyan with love. Karibu nijite jina ingine. Take it. It's your floor, my brother.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe I don't even want to talk about, but like Njiru had asked me a question, and maybe and I heard the way my sister talked. Sometimes if I was to be the advisor of the president, I would have advised that he could have not um, give out the food, because as a president, let's talk about the presidency. I don't want to talk to president as a president. I want to talk about the presidency. The presidency is like a father figure of the country. Like so many people are looking at the presidency. So when you want to be a good father would always do things or participate in a project that give benefit to everybody. That's a good father. So I think on my own, he could have not done the food distribution, because it kind of like shows the nation maybe some other part of the country are of lesser God. And for a fact that there are some areas in our country that sometimes they do not even have food. If he had that good gesture, that one could have gone to the people who need it most. We are not saying that the people, the Kenyans at Sugoi do not need it, but there are those who need it. He could have gone and did it. I'm talking about the presidency and that and that father figure, and I think my brother asked me about my opinion on how sometimes sometimes it depends on how you were brought up, the upbringing on how you are brought up, and it depends on how also you approach the issues. I think I've been here long enough. One thing that sometimes I was not gifted. There's a way I was not gifted to confront some issues. That I'm somebody who cherish what we call peace. That peace, because I know the price of peace. But I'm also one person that believes in a conversation and sharing ideas, and how we, the people, if we sit together or converse together and share big ideas, we can do wonders. Yeah, that is what I believed in. I believed in sharing ideas, that I can talk to Mato on one-on-one and I say, Mato, this is what is happening, and how can we change the narrative? And if you are one person who would listen to me and I listen to you, even in your in our conversation on what we disagree, we can disagree very peacefully and very respectful. And depending, I'm telling you, depending on how I'm brought up, I tend to respect everybody, and my integrity cannot be bought. Once I've made a decision that this is what I'm supporting, it is valueless. You cannot buy my integrity and my thought. I usually have that my independent opinion, and the independent opinion that I have, I feel I'm making those decisions best after reviewing the situation. Yeah, even in politics, I've been very, very keen on what I'm speaking about and how articulate my issues, because I tell you, you just played, when we were on the other side, you played a video of Wangare Maathai. Yeah, and those are the people, the people that I admire so much, because she stood for something. She was ready to lose her life because of her stand. But what she stood for was for everybody that could benefit Kenya without political affiliation. She stood for Kenya, you know. So that's why sometimes you find that I'm kind of like sometimes very reserved on what I'm saying, you know. And I don't know, maybe sometimes somebody may say Benson is a cartel or what. I'm not. I usually have my independent opinion, and I love my country so much. Yeah. And if somebody is doing wrong, that's why even the president has not done good for our country. I will call him out, but I will call him out in a very respectful way, because I tend to believe that if you're a leader, yeah, how will you react during your time in leadership? Because, you know, you can disagree with somebody in a very respectful way. And that was I've always done that. But there's a way in which I cannot reach, yeah, somewhere, you know, yeah. And Mato, you know very well, in terms of my political, you know where I stand. You know very well, and that one somebody cannot change it. Yeah, you know where I stand. And the reason why I stand in those places, because you look at the political arena. When you look at political arena and evaluate everybody and see, even like out of 10 things you're looking in somebody, you can get 6, and the other person you get none. Where will you go? You go where there's 6. Yeah. So my brother political is back. Yeah. Yeah. So I might say I'm very categorical on what I'm saying, and I usually do it with a lot of respect. I'm somebody who loves peace because I know the value of that peace. You know, I was in Kisumu in 2007. Yeah. When the peaceful environment was disturbed. And after that, I came to know its value. What value does peace have in my life, even in the environment where I live? Very peaceful, you know. So that's what I can say. Maybe let me wait for other members of the panel to talk, then I will come in.
Okay. Thank you guys for coming up. Lala, I know you're next, but I just want to throw this one out of there because the way he said it, because I believe it's about time we start talking the truth. This is not gonna, let me actually shorten it up a little bit, but here we go. Let me just play this video a little bit. Ameitaja, and it's been hitting people because we need to go back to look at these things, and if we don't look at them, kitaturamba na kishaturamba. Yeah, this is it.
She lived for the Kenyan environment. She lived for the trees and the rivers. Nobel Peace Laureate Wangari Maathai fought hard and often was humiliated trying to save Kenya's parks and forests from the jaws of land grabbers, keen to put up prime real estate, including skyscrapers. Uhuru Park stands out as one of the saved public spaces. It was no easy battle for Wangari Maathai, as the ruling party KANU in 1989 wanted to put up a 60-story skyscraper right at the heart of the park to house the headquarters of the Kenya Times newspaper. Despite KANU's power during the single-party era, Maathai fought and saved Uhuru Park. During his government, Where our march in her honor began today was one such space too, another garden saved by Kenya's environmental protection queen.
The reason that it was saved was certainly public, the court of public opinion, not so much the courts, because at that time there was no provision in the constitution for a member of the public to protect a green space.
Did you always understand what she was trying to do for the country?
No, I never did. I always worried. We worried sometimes about her safety, but we never quite understood the profundity of what she was doing, and certainly how aware she was about what she was doing.
Tell me one incident that you felt, no, Mama has got to stop doing this.
Karura Forest. Karura Forest was one of the most difficult times for us. We were away from the country, but we would see images, and especially that very famous confrontation with armed thugs, as I call them, who were stopping them from entering the forest. And I remember my mother trying so hard to explain that, forests are our lives. They couldn't have cared less about what she was saying. You could see in their faces, and I think every time I watched that footage, you could see in the bitterness in the eyes of these young people. They were ready to shoot some arrows, and we all just hoped that, good Lord, that if we ever were to lose Mommy, it would have been in a place like that.
If you're going to shed blood because of our land, you will. We are used to that. Our forefathers shed blood for our land. We will do so. This is my blood.
It took time for them to understand the sacrifice their mother was making, a difference in her own way. Perhaps she should have told them the story of the hummingbird and the huge forest fire.
It says, I'm going to do something about the fire. So it flies to the nearest stream, takes a drop of water, and puts it on the fire, and goes up and down, up and down, up and down, as fast as it can. In the meantime, all the other animals, much bigger animals, like the elephant with a big trunk, could bring much more water. They are standing there helpless, and they are saying to the hummingbird, what do you think you can do? You're too little. This fire is too big. Your wings are too little. And you're big, so small, you can only bring a small drop of water at a time. But as they continue to discourage it, it turns to them without wasting any time and tells them, I am doing the best I can. And that, to me, is what all of us should do.
To celebrate this legacy, My Little Thing is a campaign geared towards provoking Kenyans to do their part, no matter how little.
One of my little things is making sure that we reduce the amount of kitchen waste that we produce, and we compost what we can, we recycle what we can, and then what goes to the trash is minimal. Because even though our trash leaves our kitchens and our trash bins, it goes somewhere. And most of us think it goes away. But where is away? I envision my mother sitting somewhere and wondering if she were to come back and she would look at us and say, are you still where I left you? I would love for her to be able to say, wow, you created something new and exciting. So this is something new and exciting in tribute to her, but it is certainly something she didn't leave behind. The Greenbelt movement continues. It's changing. It's growing.
Soon, a museum to celebrate the legacy of the late Professor Wangari Maathai and safeguard the footprints she left behind will be opened. For Citizen Live at 1, I am Anne Mawade.
Okay. There, I think it says for itself. Mr. Lala, what do you have?
Asante. Kenya with love, Brother Benson, political genome, maandamano kamili na wenzetu wote. I think siku kama hii kwa sisi kama wa Kenya to reflect on our great lady, Wangari Maathai, I think it's important for us to, first of all, remember her. And I think the first point is that she was brave. If there's a problem that we have as Kenyans, is that we are timid, we are fearful. And as long as we are fearful and not bold enough to take the challenges ahead of us, we always gonna fall short. I spent some time to look at two documentaries today on Haiti and Madagascar. These are the two poorest. Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, and Madagascar is the other poorest countries. And both of them were looking at the judiciary system of both countries. In Haiti, we have a prison with over, really should be housing less than 500 people, but there are over 4,000. And people are dying practically every day. They are even animals in the West cannot live like those people that I saw. They stay there for even 10 years, no charges brought to them. And the law says they're supposed to be there in 48 hours, taken to court. But here there are people who have been there for the last 10 years. And you see them like skeleton. I think the thing is YouTube, you can Google it. And you see the court officials who are hardly there. They have got no files on these people. These are just forgotten people that are dying in those cells. And then you look at the history of Haiti, a place that was once the probably leading Black nation on the face of the earth. For some reason, justice disappeared, and people, like most of us, we have learned to be afraid and fearful. But Wangari Maathai was not afraid to take on Ruto and the Kanu and everyone else. Nothing will stop her. And I pray that Kenyans can capture the spirit of this great lady, because without being bravery, we are heading nowhere. And for Madagascar, it was the same issue with judiciary. You find people in prison, underage kids, with just nothing. As long as you got the money, you can buy justice. And it is the laws and that bring a country. If we can't uphold the rule of law, we'll have no democracy, we'll have no development. We'll be like Haiti and this country that I watched. And Wangari could not live to see Kenya go that route. And that's why we herald her. She was abused by those people, but the world remember her. Some of those people, nobody would ever remember them. Even Moi himself, only in Kenya we might remember Moi, but Maathai is known all over the world. She's an icon. So her name, her legacy lives. And these people are full of themselves. Their legacy will just end very quickly. And so we must be bold. Boldness means that we uphold the law. We don't accept anything less than what Constitution wants. And I say this, let me say it again and again and again and again. Kenyans, till we begin to respect our Constitution, the rule of law, I'm telling you, we are heading the Haiti way. I've got many friends from Haiti. Some are here, the professionals and others. When I bring the subject of Haiti, they change the topic very quickly. Because these are people who have been traumatized. They can't head back, they can't go back to Haiti because of the pain they went through. And it all starts the way we allow Moi, we allowed Moi, but of course there are people who came forward and challenged him, but now we are letting Ruto do it. Ruto to me is not my president. I'm sorry to say that. We use that terms a lot. But I think if we were brave enough, when we were not sure that day when it was declared the president, if we were not sure, all of us should have said no till you prove to us how you got there. But you know what? We accept things and have this wishful thinking that things are going to change without us getting involved. Wangari was involved. She went through the abuse and the pain, you know, and until we now our children, we can teach our children about this woman. I don't think any child will be called Ruto or anyone. You know, I happen to a community that love to herald leaders. That's why you I come from Nyanza myself. Today I disclose, for some of you don't know that. But we have names everywhere. We have Jomo Kenyatta. A lot of Kenyatta, our relatives are called Kenyatta because he stood for something. We have other friends, Karaoke and others. We name these people because the people stood for something. And so people like Ruto, people like Mudavadi, I think I saw something today where he's talking of supporting Ruto. And then there was a list of appointments that basically come from one area in Kenya. And I decided to put those two together. If you've seen, you know, put those two together. Here supporting Ruto, and then the list of the Kalenjins that are holding offices, which is even dangerous to the Kalenjin community themselves, which should denounce the appointment only from one place into government. And so the contrast between Ruto and Wangari Maathai is so big. You cannot compare, you know, with this small weight. There's people called Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Uda, whatever you call them. They are short-sighted. They are not up to the task. They can't lead. And the sad thing is that we are not condemning. We are not doing something to get them out when actually we know they have gone against the Constitution, and they keep on doing it over and over again, and they don't care about us. If Wangari Maathai was living today, you know exactly where she would have been. Perhaps on the street. Not perhaps, but she will be on the street because she loved the country. She loved our nature. She loved our trees. She loved our land. And she gave us a roadmap to winning our victories, and that is to confront those systems that are anti-Kenya. And so I think it's a great lady. Her legacy continues, but we must capture her spirit and show the young people that Kenya is worth dying for and saving. What I saw in those documentary is countries where if you're good, then you get nothing. You know, you stay in prison. If you're poor, your child would just be second to prison, and they stay there forever because the system is broken. And Ruto is doing exactly that, where he's the one to talk and he's the one to do things. He is basically following the roadmap of Mackenzie. Mackenzie gave people promises. Those people who went to Shakahola they were given promise of heaven. They were going there to change their life. They are going there to experience a new beginning, not knowing they are going to die. And Kenyans are going that way till we do something. But if we wait for him to do something, he's not going to do anything. It's just you and me to do something. And I pray that Kenyans can be together. Let's follow the spirit of Wangari Maathai and save our nation. Thank you, guys. Somebody else can come in.
Thank you, Mr. Lala. And lest we forget, everybody, thank you a lot. Mama, you're coming next. I like what you're talking, because there's a question I always ask, and Brother Benson almost asked that question. I don't know why he went very shy of saying asking that question. Where is the Wangari Maathais of today? Where is the Wahengas of today? Where is these people that actually went ahead of us and actually fought for things that we need to do? And is the reason I respect people like us, and I'm not myself, don't put me in it, but people like even Brother Benson, who would go and actually take his time to even interrogate those MCAs and those people down there. I mean, not down there, they're big people, and actually tell them, can you come and tell us what it is happening? Because he's the professor, Wangari Maathai of today. Mama Mary, Mami, you're the Wangari Maathai of today, that you can actually Lala, you're those people, because you guys actually interrogate the society and the social fabric of our society, and once you do that, then actually it puts people on their toes. Here, this is another guy. Before Mom, you come in. Here's another guy, and I just want you to listen what he's talking about. Maybe it might not relate to Wangari Maathai, and then Mom, you're gonna come in, and then we'll circle back with Nani and Jiru, and then we go back to Brother Benson. Me, I'm not talking too much. Mimi tu nawachezea video. I just want to mniambie tu venye mna relate hizi vitu. These are people that actually went ahead of our country. What is this generation gonna be remembered of?
Oh.
Well, it is pretty obvious that the British and Belgian governments have been very much involved in the conspiracy in the secession of Katanga. It appears to us, those of us who have looked at the Katanga situation, that the British and Belgian governments, including the French government to some extent, and Portugal, are very much interested in safeguarding the various interests, financial and business interests, mining interests in Katanga, rather than in the protection and safeguarding of the national security and unity of the Congolese people.
Now, sir, you as a leading Pan-Africanist have always objected to foreign interference in Africa. Now, wouldn't you say that the United Nations campaign against Katanga and against Mr. Shombe amounted to foreign interference?
Not at all. On the contrary, the United Nations was invited to the Congo by the central government. The United Nations did not intervene until invited. And at present, they are acting in the Congo, firstly on the advice of the African states at the United Nations, and secondly, on the advice and in consultation and cooperation with the central government of the Congo. Our criticism has been that the United Nations has been restrained too much in its actions in Katanga by world powers. That again includes Britain, Belgium, France, who do not wish to see United Nations take decisive action, again because they wish to protect their interests, the interests which are behind Shombe's secessionist tactics.
Do you see any future for Mr. Shombe in the Congo Unified Government?
That very well depends. At the moment, most of us think of him as a crook whose word can never be trusted. But the future should be left to the Congolese people themselves.
Enyewe ukiona hao watu alafu unaangalia viongozi wa Kenya 2023 na hiyo ni karibu 1960, enyewe unaona bwana, masomo isaidii.
Kila mtu ameanguka kwa hiyo kisawa. Njiro, yani watu umetingisha kichwa, hata naona brother Benson huko pia.
Hata Orengo hawezi fika hiyo level. Orengo hawezi fika hiyo coherence.
Mami, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Kenyan with Love. Njiro, Lala and Benson na wote ambao wanatusikiza. Yeah, I'm back with the query that Olara said that I don't know whether he said imperialistic, because I tried to bring the story of Ethiopia, but I don't know why he didn't wait for me to go to the point which I was bringing. You know, it's sad in Africa that we have got many poor people. The majority of Africans are very, very poor. And they are the people who these politicians run to for their candidacy so that they can be elected. And when you look at how the poor people are galvanized, put together to act, to help somebody rise to a certain stage so that he can achieve his goal and live a very luxurious life while forgetting the people who put him there. They need some help or some development to support their living, but they are forgotten for how long it can be. Why I spoke about Haile Selassie? You know, there are people who are leaders. While they are in leadership, they are building themselves. They are trying to look for strong roots, how they can retain themselves there, even if it's forever. Why I brought Haile Selassie is because Haile Selassie, at some point, he had a very good intention of having African unity or union. He was involved in it. But to come to the other side, he had forgotten his people. And his people, afterwards, they lived in a very poor situation. Until when, it's a long story, but I'll give it in short. Until when the military seized him when he was an emperor. And when he was seized, he had to insult this military as much as he could while he was put in this bungalow military vehicle and taken to a different place, not to the big palace. While he was being carried away, the crowd that was, you know, like they were aware that this has happened. They saw him and they shouted, "Thief, thief." Why I was trying to relate the story of Haile Selassie and what we have in Kenya is that we have seen Ruto trying to be like a Pan-Africanist, as well as Haile Selassie was involved in those African Union like a Pan-Africanist. But when you think about what his people is going through, and outside he's trying to portray himself like an angel for his people, like he's a good person, just the same as Ruto does. Ruto, you have seen him when he has gone out of our country, Kenya. Anaenda huko anatoa hotuba ambayo anapewa ovation. Watu wanampigia makofi vile wamefurahishwa na hiyo speech yake ama vile amesoma hiyo makaratasi yake huwa anabeba. So when you see that picture and you relate with what Kenyans are going through, it's a two divided person, very different person. But the outsiders would see like that man, really, if that is the way he behaves and that is the way he speaks, how about when he's in his country? How about his people? They love him. Of course, they should love him because look at him, the way he's behaving, the way he's talking. He has got points. He goes to the point whereby really we understand what he's talking about. But are we really related to this guy? It is hard for Kenyans to believe that this guy can go outside, do such kind of speech, and when he comes back to the country, that is when he say nitakusafirisha binguni, nitatumia hii si ya kukata mboga. So you see, these are people who are somehow the same, because Haile Selassie, he was one of those. His people were poor. He was transporting or taking money out of the country abroad, leaving the people languishing in poverty and hunger. Those are the things, the points that I was trying to relate Haile Selassie and with this guy, because they try to cover who they are, they try to cover where they are coming from, and show the outside world that I'm good on this, and they want to portray that that is the same way he does in his country, only to find that look at the way now BBC and Al Jazeera took the news and exposed this guy. If only these news broadcasters didn't say anything outside, the world will be seeing Kenya like a bed of roses whereby people are enjoying life, people are happy because their president is so eloquent, he does very good things, he talks very nice. That is the life I was trying to portray between Ruto and Haile Selassie, because these are conniving people. They know how to camouflage themselves to keep them safe from the world, and that the world will look at them as they are good people and they can lead, they have got potential, they have got ideas. Those are the people that are really very dangerous, because we may be crying in our own country, but nobody will know that we are suffering or we are going through pain and suffering or being tortured. Those are the points I was trying to bring between Ethiopia and Kenya, because that guy and the guy we have in our country, it's almost the same, because Haile Selassie took a long time, but he knew he was building himself, and then he all of a sudden changed, became a different person. That is my point, and that is my take. I hope everybody understands where I'm coming from. It's about Haile Selassie. It's a long story, but so many contradicting stories in there. But that is what I took out of what I understood. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That huwa anaitwa nani? Mentu Hotep 2. You've stolen something that people do not understand. that first of all, we had pictures of him in the Arab Emirates with the son-in-law. And I need to tell mimi wakitaka wanifunge. I don't care. Bro, acha kucheka, brother Benson. I can see you're laughing about it because you know it's the truth. Yeah, we know. We've seen them with MBS. And we've also seen the son-in-law. We know who the son-in-law is. We've seen this. Huyu mwenye amesema, I don't know if it's a lady or a man, but amesema, si mimi nimesema, akiumwa ataumwa peke yake huko. But moving on, because I want you to come in after you come in and then Lala comes in. But leo mtanichukia, leo nitawachapa reality check. Brother Benson, you're coming next. Let me see if I can play this one. We have to talk the reality of this nation, of what is happening in our country. All right, here we go. When we had, I mean, I've come to really start thinking of Moi like a good person, just because of this stupidity that is happening. Not necessarily about Ruto, just about what is happening with our country today. Just okay, what happened here?
Effective. When appropriate, we should. Kenya government, I urge all our countrymen to reflect calmly on all that has occurred, to understand all the cold and pitiless motives and expectation of forces that have been at work. I call on all Kenyans to stand together in defense of our nationalism and all that we fought for and have built with our faith and our sweat. For without such understanding and resolve, our people may suffer simply through being manipulated like puppets on a string.
A South African spy was interviewed and claimed that South Africans might have had something to do with the assassination of Mr. Mboya. You have commented on this, I know. I commented last night, and I would like to repeat the same thing, that we have no knowledge of this, and I cannot definitely say anything that affects a sister state which is their responsibility. To help us in the time. On the bottom of page 5 and also in page 2 in the next to the last paragraph, to make it fairly clear that the implication is that it was neither tribal nor personal, but apparently to support an alien ideology. Now, does this suggest that if it isn't South Africa, that you're looking toward support from some other country which sponsored the assassination? No, I would, as I said, let us all avoid speculation. I don't want to prejudice the cases, sub judice, and I don't want to go anything that would block the way in this matter.
Brother Benson.
Yes.
The floor is all yours, my
you
friend.
know,
Leo nakuchokoza na kuguzaguza because wewe ndio kwa hiyo side.
Let me tell you one thing. You know, if you want to know how Kenya we've lost the precious jewel was the death of Tom Mboya. That was something that we lost because Tom Mboya was one person who was ahead of his peers in terms of politics and even in terms of reasoning. You know, voice of reasoning was his peers could not match him. So that is one thing. And like, if you compare Tom Mboya with the leaders that we have today, I don't think there's a leader who can match Tom Mboya. You know, that is one. Go again, look at the life of JM Karaoke. You know, these are Kenyans that you would love to associate with, because for what they stood for. Yeah. For what they like, when you even try to read their history and listen to their speeches, they were concerned about whole Kenyan. It was about Kenya. It was not a kind of like somebody who is kind of like individual. And I would come to Pastor Lala. Pastor Lala has talked about what should we do, you know, and I don't think, like, sometimes you've come and interrogate yourself and ask yourself very dear question to you, is this the country that I would love? Yeah, as a person, as Kenya, is this the country that I would love? And is this the country is this the way I want it to be? And the things that have contributed to where we are today, there are so many things, even about leadership, you know, the politician, you know, Kenyans, the Kenya population, especially the voters, they're the best people on earth. I always say this: if you want to know the Kenyan in us, wait until disaster strikes. Wait until that time. That is when you will see that the majority of Kenyans.
Bomb blast.
Yeah, look at the bomb blast, what happened. It is not all about what tribe or what tribe. Look at that. Remember the days when you go to Uruma, the building would collapse, and you will see all Kenyans from walks of life will come. The leaders will come and give those press, but the common Kenyans, wale walalahoi, hao ndio wanapigana, wanataka hizi vitu zitoke, wanataka kutoa watu. Tena wanalia. Ukiangalia hata mtu analia, ajui hata huyo jira, ajui mtu amefinywa huko ndani ni nani. Yeah? But what has contributed to where we are is about leadership. And if you're very keen, I just want to bring you to history. Let us just have this conversation very keenly. If you're very keen, you look at politics of Kenya is about musical chairs. Nile mnapangwa hivi. I can give you history. There were days when President Ruto was darling to the Luo nation. He was. Yeah. And he was loved. I don't know whether during the ODM, when the ODM was ODM, you can remember those days. You know, he was darling and he was loved.
When he came up with the cape, when they were fighting the thing with the PNU, was it what they were fighting on? Pale, was it? It was KICC,
yeah,
where he came up with the kofia, the infamous kofia.
Yeah. And hata wakati walikuwa nataka kutoa Moi, you know, and you know, you look at it, yeah, and there was a way in which it was played until like everybody was at peace, and he was. But when disagreement came, the realignment came, you know, remember when Mudavadi left the coalition, and when he was gone politically, nobody knew that Mudavadi exists. Baba went and picked him. Yeah. And when Mudavadi was picked, you know, he was loved. But I'm telling you, the politics is about musical chairs, whereby it is changing, you know. And if indeed Kenya need to change, the people who will change Kenya are the wananchi, not leaders. And this, you will agree with me. Because even if you look at our politics, we don't have something that we stand for. Mato, you know, like there's, when you look at Republican, they are the conservatives and the far right and the far left. There are those that we do have. We don't have that one in our country. And look at even the formation that happened in 2022. Who would have thought that the former president and the Right Honorable Prime Minister would be friends? Who would have thought? Yeah. And who would have thought that Mudavadi would go and be with President Ruto?
But Benson, as you're going, the floor is all yours. I'm just actually now Kora. Don't you think the constitution is the one that is supposed to change us, not us?
But the constitution is there, but who are the implementers? Who? If the leaders themselves they don't respect it, how will it work?
Ndugu Benson,
Yeah. If the leaders themselves they don't respect it, how will it work?
Lala, I think you're listening from two different devices.
Yeah, two different devices. Yeah.
Lala, I think you're listening from two different devices.
Oh,
yeah, two different devices. Or Mato, what do you think? Because like I'm just asking myself as a Kenyan, I don't want to say that I'm affiliating to this, but I just want to ask myself as a Kenyan, even if you look at the politics, all the political leaders, even the president, the Right Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, these people, they've been in this politics for so long. But what happens when they take their sides? What is left for the common Kenyans? What is left? If this Kenya was to be fixed, we could have fixed Kenya a long time ago, because the people in the realm of leadership are the still people who are there. I'm just asking as a Kenyan. I'm just asking as a Kenyan.
I'm gonna ask you with I'm gonna answer you with a question.
Yeah.
That studio of yours, you've been with a lot of people there, and one thing I gotta give kudos to the Luo Nation. Luo Nation, without the Luo Nation, Kenya would have never been there. Na hata mpenda mkimbie mfanye nini, without the Luo Nation, it would have never been there. That is where the politics actually comes from. You've engaged most of the people down there and even had the MCAs come there. You tell me, what do you think? And that's why I told you, I'm going to answer you with a question. Of all these people that you encounter, and these people that you sit down with them and actually talk to them and ask them, what do you get out of that? What do you think it is? Don't forget about Kamba, forget about the other tribes. Today I asked somebody how many tribes in Kenya constitute to the political system. Somebody could not even do 10, right? Because it came down to Kamba, I don't know, Luo. You are here. I mean, we couldn't even do 11 or 10. So now, when you talk to these people, what is it that you get from them that you hear that is not, and the social fabric of Kenya that actually, and put yourself in the Nubis, put yourself in the Giriama, put yourself in the Taita Taveta, in the all those other tribes that we call ourselves, we are 46 or 47, 48. What? Put yourself into that, knowing that the people that you talk to are people in power, but they are one of the biggest biggest tribes that actually make a design of our social fabric and our social geopolitical fabric. So what do they tell you and what do you get from it? I want you to educate us, not for you to try to educate you, because you've talked to these guys, you've spoken to them.
Kenya with the love. There are so many things that come out, because like basically what I'm doing, I'm just trying to look at the political aspect and the leadership. That is what I'm trying to look at. But so many issues comes out. One, I can tell you, I don't know whether you will agree with me. Our politics is a transactional politics. By transactional politics is politics about money. You might get a good leader, somebody who can lead and can kind of like solve the challenges, a little bit solve the challenges that people are going through, but he doesn't have money. That guy sometimes might not be elected. I'm telling you.
Can I step in?
Yeah.
Brother Benson. Thank you for that contribution, and Brother Kenya with love. I think the issue with leadership is that our leaders have never tried to follow the constitution, and they've never put the nation first. It's really about themselves, their interests, and that is why we are here talking about these issues. You see, Kenya was an experiment of
Lala, do we need to go back and define a leader?
No. Let me just finish my thought here. Kenya was an experiment that other African countries were doing at the same time, where different nations, Kamba nations, Kikuyu nations, Luo nations, assumed to have agreed to have one central power, which is the president, and based on those parties. And Kenyatta, the very first president, betrayed us. We can contrast Kenyan situation with Tanzania, where they had Nyerere. Nyerere put the nation first. So all these tribes were able now to see their interest in that one person called Nyerere. In other words, they were not giving up anything. They were actually gaining as groups, as tribes. So there was that trust that allowed them to define themselves as Tanzania. And so that kind of broke the barriers between Tanzanians. Kenyans, the selfish interest took that trust away from us. And when the central figure is not trustworthy in terms of the way they governed, they disputed power and resources, that simply brought in a mistrust. As when there's a mistrust or people don't trust one another, then what Benson mentioned, it becomes, money. In other words, what do I get instead of what does the country get? So that kind of created the problem. And I think when we talk about love for the nation, we talk about it, Kenyans talk about it when they have a little money in their pocket, when they are given a handout, instead of looking at the entire nation together. And this is why we need a central person like Baba. Baba was not because he's a Luo or he's somebody else, whatever, but Baba because of his sacrifices, where all other tribes, every group can be able to say, this man gave it all for the nation. And so you could actually see Baba as a stronger foundation that can win trust of everyone else, so that when Baba gets out of the picture, then me and Mato will have a roadmap, that means a place to base our politics on. In other words, it's not going to be about this group or that group, it's about us as a nation. And that way, our constitution is given that strength and power. Because right now, what I saw in those documentary on Haiti is like the laws are there, but who cares? Like Madagascar, the laws are there, who cares? So, and what I saw there is even animals in the US don't live like those prisoners. And those people have laws. Even the worst of your enemy, you don't put them in such kind of horrible place. They are not even human. And you see, our conscience are so seared that we see people getting abused, or we don't care. Looking at the list of Ruto's appointment from Kalenjin, it's scary because we're not building a country. And Kalenjin should reject it and say, no, we want all Kenyans to be in the face of this government. Okay? So people like Ruto, we let them go with the murder. And then when things are bad, then we do something else, or we point a finger at somebody else, when actually, as I stated, if Kenyans are brave, if Kenyans believe in the Constitution, it's one thing to have a Constitution, but another thing to believe in it. If we really believe in that Constitution, then it is our responsibility to be able to say no to anything. Maybe the Luos have done more no than anybody else, and able to see the nation, because even Wangari Maathai, if it wasn't for Mboya, who brought her here to study the U.S., okay? If it wasn't for Obama, the U.S. president is Mboya. Mboya was able to look at Kenya as a whole, and people came from everywhere, every part of Kenya, this Mboya airlift, to come to study, to come back and help the nation. So unless we have a leader like that, somebody who see beyond their home, their friends, their ethnicity, if we don't get such a leader, we are in big, big trouble, because we are nations that are very independent, different brains, different ideas, different thoughts. And it's only love that can unite us. It's only that trust that can unite us. And when we have that trust, then we can make a lot of changes. We have a great opportunity right now because of where we are. Every group of Kenya can identify with each other. The country is in a bad shape for everyone. And it is now that all of us should be able to be brave enough to demand, just brave enough to say no to sin, no to evil, no to lawlessness, no to corruption, no to things like appointment from one place only, yet we have a nation. Ruto is every single day is doing the wrong thing. And I don't understand why we let him. The Wananchi, as you stated, the Wananchi, it is us. Because if we don't, it doesn't matter. We're not looking for a leader who will be a benevolent dictator and work with us. We're looking for a constitution that is functional. Because if we have it, then we can tell anybody. We don't let them stay a single day in power when we know very well they shouldn't be there. So in some ways, I blame my fellow Kenyans. In some ways, I think we are not strong enough to demand a strict adherence to the law. And finally, as I stated, let me state it again. If Kenyans believed in their law, Ruto should not have been in power till everything is clear. Even the Supreme Court should have thought twice. But you know what? In the last two elections, we let them go with what we know is wrong. Because anyone in the world will tell you something was wrong with those decisions. Now look at what's going on right now. I like Oginde, Bishop Oginde. I think he is, is now the chair of of the anti-corruption, committee. But look at what they are doing right now. The kind of people they are following is more politics than law. It's very political. Go after Malala. Go after people who Ruto does not want. So they become just one umbwa wa Ruto instead of being independent. I don't know what it means to be independent body, because to me they're useless. They should be also disbanded under this current system. So there's no independence about anything in Kenya. It's all what Ruto wants and how he wants it and when he wants it. So judges may make decisions, but the ultimate is Ruto. And this is what the problem is. And until we as Kenyans step forward and say we own this country, this is our place, this is our land, this is for our kids, and we're willing to die for it, that's when we will make it. The US learned that at the foundation of their nation, okay? When they made the amendment, right to bear arms. And I say that all the time. Right to bear arms is not to kill thieves and people out there. The first very reason why Americans are armed, love their arms. The very reason to have guns in their home is to protect yourself against your government if they try to take away your right. It is to defend the Constitution, not to defend personal interest, but the Constitution. That's why they love these guns, okay? And so they knew that at the beginning, because when they got to the United States, a lot of them from Europe, they came from totalitarian governments. They came from governments that were, bad for democracy. So they said, here in the US, we will not bow to any government, any individual, anyone to take away our rights from us. And so they didn't have to grow, into, because a lot of people talk we are developing democracy. No, there are things that are fundamental for something called democracy. And if we don't have that, it doesn't matter how many amendments we're going to make to the Constitution. It doesn't matter how many conferences we're going to have, how many commissions we're going to have. Things will fall apart, because right now, independent, whatever entities are not independent at all. Everything collapses when Ruto, took over, because it does what he wants when he wants it. So it is my belief that if we are not afraid, this fear, the Bible says, fear not so many times. I don't know how many times, almost 1,000 times. Fear not. And Kenyans, they're nice because they let everything go. I met a famous professor who had lived in Africa for a long time, okay, in Kenya and Zimbabwe and I think Zambia, okay. I met him in the West. So whenever there's a problem about Africa, students and others, I was in graduate school, this is the man to be consulted. And when he met me, he was so happy. He said, I like you guys, Kenyans, because you are very, very docile, very, very mild, very nice, very mannered. You don't, it's like patronizing me. It's like as if what he was saying is that we don't have a voice. We agree, we obey, we follow, we don't ask questions. And that's what exactly he was saying to me. And he used the same word. I think in Africa, at one point, he mentioned, they need benevolent dictators. Okay. And so the West, these are the people who shape the thinking of the West, in the West. Okay. And so unless we are not docile, unless we are able to stand and say this country belongs to all of us, unless I'm a pastor, and my voice I should not listen to people who say, you know what? Oh, you can only talk in the church. No, that's for the church. You take me the Bible. Yet they are stealing. If I don't point out the stealing and the corruption that's going on, if I'm not willing to lead a march, to defend the fatherless and the poor, then like Haiti, where the poor, nobody cares about them. You see them in prisons. Their families don't have money to see them there. It is the saddest thing. I was shedding tears. That's exactly what we are doing, what Ruto is doing. Right now, he's trying to ship our people to the Middle East. Do people follow up on those people where they are? No. We've seen cops, the bodies coming back from the Middle East. Government, nothing. They say nothing. The embassies do nothing. And that is, those are the people who love the country, who tell us, can lead us. They're leading us nowhere. So I agree with you, Benson. At the end of the day, we must get a leader whom we can trust. And I thought we did a very good job with Baba to an extent this time, because I believe he won. Okay? And my thinking is that if we let somebody like him, if his mind is fine, lead us, then we get a cue that Kenya's back on his feet. People can trust each other. We can do business. And that is the only way that will spark our economy, and get us out of this quagmire.
Okay, thank you, Lal. And what I don't know whether you can hear me. Thinking of Baba, sometimes I really pity Baba, because the people who I don't know whether the people who surrounds Baba does not understand the Baba vision, or they don't understand the kind of person he is. I don't know, because he tries so hard to make it happen, but like the support system, sometimes I don't know whether they support him, or they are coming with another agenda. Yeah. And today, today, Mato, you're not from the lake. Today, I listened to Baba. Baba was making a story, history of Luo, and I think somebody one time should just sit Baba down and write some of the things that Baba is saying. Baba is a walking library with rich in history, and nobody has ever tapped that. And people will miss that. I heard him speaking about the Luo community today, and I came to learn some of the things that I did not even know, as I'm one person who tries to look at my background and know all these stories. But today when he spoke, and I say, even like the journalist from the Luo nation should sit down with Baba, and Baba should tell them, and they write those things. It can help also to shape our history, yeah, and make us think. And maybe to just a by the way, Mato, you asked me about what I'm coming out with. I told you it's about transactional, and that's why you don't get good leaders. Because the leaders that are coming in, they have money, they buy the leadership, yeah. So when they go there, the next thing that they will do, they will make sure that they recover the money that they used in campaigns. You see that? Yeah. So instead of working for the people, they're trying to get what they used during the campaigns. Yeah. And even like some legislation, because this is I'm with you. Have you ever thought even like about CDF? The other time you saw how MPs were behaving, they were saying the children wants to go to school, and they're waiting for those CDF. But if you sit down and look at how they disburse those CDF, do you know there are some students that even get 2,000 Kenya shillings for CDF, and somebody's having like a 10,000 balance in school. So tell me, if you give somebody 2,000, surely, what impact is it going to play on that person education? What impact? You know, if they know the CDF is for school fee, then let them bring a legislation so that we know, we pass a legislation in parliament that every student, every Kenyan child who is going to high school, the legislation is passed, the money will be sent to school directly. Then people will go to school. Or let us just reason. You know, if somebody tells you they're going to give the CDF monies for school fee, but we know how that money sometimes is being disbursed, you know, it you know,
But
let us
Brother
just be,
Nelson,
yeah.
can I just, sorry, wacha nikutege kwa hiyo story ya CDF. Do you understand that that money is always stolen? And I know this is an international TV, but yes, mimi nilipata 100K for when I came wherever I live in. I only got it for 1 month. I mean, 1 semester. When I went back home after a year, guess what? The money nilikuwa naambiwa imelipwa. And then, you know, I went there to, you know, imelipwa. But where is it at? Haiko. Mimi naweza sema mtu akitaka, I mean, we can go. 3 years yangu ililipwa, lakini ililipwa semester gani? 1. So niambie hiyo 100K ingine 300K ilikuwa inaenda wapi? And who knows, hata maybe hadi wa leo inalipagwa. You see what I'm saying? Me, I'm telling you, 300K gone that was supposed to be paid for me. Gone. Couldn't find it. And this is true story. I can back it up in court. Sorry. Unmute. Atukuski, bro.
Now, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's some of the things that we should interrogate. We should even interrogate our political parties. You know, those were even like, we have so many messes in those political parties. You know, as much as we might say that we are in a world of democracy, when it comes to political parties, they are not, because the political parties should not be individualized. But when you look at our political parties, they are not kind of like institutions that they should be, you know, because take, for example, somebody is vying for a nomination is done. We are in a nomination period. Let me tell you, somebody is vying. The person who is vying is the chair of that sub-county and is vying, which means, and he is the person who has the say on who should be given the ticket. How can that one be? How can that one be? Then if you're messing on the grassroots, then we come to the national level. How sure are we that the national level is going to be okay? Yeah, Zero.
Let me chip in on that valuable thing you are talking about. Number one, where our politics is not working. Let me chip in on that valuable thing you are talking about. Number one, where our politics is not working. Let me chip in on that valuable thing you are talking about. Nana Jamut. Number one, where our politics is not working. Let me chip in on that valuable thing you are talking about. Nana Jamut. Oh, yeah, it was Rara. Anyway, what I want to add value on that important issue you have brought. Where our politics is getting it wrong. Number one, our political parties are not citizen funded, meaning that if political parties are not citizen funded, they cannot be accountable to us. For example, what prevents us coming up with a policy as a country now, if we are serious and selfless? What prevents us from coming up with a policy whereby we say political parties will never be financed by the government, but the members of that political party can come up with a concept of financing their own political party, and they can also go ahead and also come up with a concept of also determining who is to become. Like, for example, aspirants are the ones who give money. I'm giving a typical case of Kenya. Aspirants, do you understand? Like, if you want to vie for governor, you have to pay ODM maybe 1 million. You have to pay Jubilee 1 million if you want to vie for governorship. Like, where is the participation of Wajiko in Kenyan politics? Na huyu Wajiko again anangojea politician akuje amulipe, amufinance. So the whole scenario of how we conduct our politics, it's a sham. Like, we are pretending to be a democracy, but ours cannot be defined. Like, for example, like, tell me, what do you call that scenario whereby the person who is vying, he has to tell people to queue ili awape so mbili mbili ama 50 bob. 1 minute bwana Kenyan with love, nimekuja tu sahi, nilikuwa nimemute. So utaongea. So what I'm trying to explain here, bwana studio man Benson, it's very simple. Our politics cannot be defined. Number one, the Kenyan citizen does not own the politics. I speak with the Americans, Democrats and Republicans, and the level at which these people own these political parties, you will understand the reason why these people have engraved their. You see, we have to begin by owning these political parties. ODM does not belong to Raila Odinga. Jubilee does not belong to Uhuru. How can we take these political parties to people and we empower people through their own resources? But this idea, personally, I'm always against of this idea whereby the government has to finance political parties. We are spending taxpayers' money in the wrong way. Those political parties will never do anything. Let the citizens do it.
You know, I normally have to respect everybody that is on the show. So nikinua mkono, I'm just asking, you know, normally we tunainuanga mkono. But let me say something. Lala, I know you're Lala, you're watching from two devices. But let me say something. It's giving a feedback. There you go. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, mtanichapa leo after what I'm about to say. Na mimi nachapa kama kamenuka kanuke. Poleni. Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing we lack in Kenya is a civil war. The day Kenya will go to a civil war is the day Kenya will become a sovereign country. Moi messed us up. He never gave us a civil war. We did not know. We thought we were going to be a peaceful country. 24 years, he led us na vitu zake na zenye alitufanya. Akatuweka bila civil war. The moment we understand that you can actually fight because ya vitu za ujinga is the moment we will understand what country we have. Most of the countries that have gone through a civil war one of them being the US. Najua mtanichapa, nimewambia najua mtanichapa, nipatieni tu, wacha nimalize ndio kichapo ikuje. Ile siku watu watajua wanaweza gongana na wanaweza ngungutana.
Hatuwezi chapa mtoto.
No, ndio sasa mtajua kuna mtoto na kuna mama na kuna nini, wekeni hiyo kando. The day that we go to a civil war in Kenya, that is the day Kenya will change. Saizi unajua inakuwaga kelele, tutapiga hapa kelele 5 years, tumebakisha 4 years. Tutapiga hapa hivi kelele ndio hiyo. Tomboya, sijui nani aliuliwa, sijui nani alifanyika nini, ndio hiyo, imeisha hivyo. You know what? To prove to you, I'm telling you, you have to go to a civil war. Kama mnataka tuende hivyo, ile tukubaliane ama tuende civil war. Na Katauma na kakinukaga hivyo. Here, let me, this was for you, Brother Benson. Ndio mwingine.
From years of colonial rule, local politics was slowly taking shape. The country's leadership that had fought so hard to get rid of the colonial masters was split into two. Those who strongly believed in working for millions, poor Kenyans, and those who are seen to have merely taken over from where the white rulers had left off and consolidated their grip on power. In the city's Westlands area, an affluent suburb, lived the family of Piogama Pinto, a Kenyan of Goan extraction. Pinto was described as a quiet man, a shrewd politician, and a close associate of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga at the time, Kenya's first vice president. In the central business district, quite different from the contemporary city that Nairobi is today, lived a young man, Kisilu Mutua. Mutua, at the time 21 years old, ran a successful manual job of selling fresh produce. The city had very few people. Kenya was a young nation, just 2 years old.
Nilikuwa na mkokoteni yangu mbili, na kila saa 10 ya usiku nilikuwa nikiamuka na kwenda nachukua mkokoteni yangu. Ilikuwa ikikaa pale, hii soko mnaita KCPU, siku hizo tulikuwa tukiita missing line. Kuna muhindi alikuwa na aliitwa kufatanisha na hiyo jina. Kukipambasuka kabisa, ndio natoa mkokoteni yangu, kijana wangu anachukua yake, anateremsha, mimi nachukua yangu, teremka huko pande ya Lalimawe, tunashungusha. Saa 6 ndio nilikuwa nikimaliza kazi yangu. Mpaka saa 10 ndio nitaamuka niende missing line kwenda kupata mboga nyingine fresh ndio niweze kushungusha.
On the other side of town, Piogama Pinto was a perfect family man, most of the time dropping off his wife to work in the morning, at the time a private secretary to a popular politician, heading back home before leaving for work. His house servants describe Pinto as a dad who loved to drive from his basement parking with his 18-month-old daughter, drop her off outside his main gate before heading to work. Pinto at the time was a member of parliament. But that dramatically changed on the 24th of February 1965. Pinto had dropped off his wife at work, drove home in his white sub-motor vehicle, had breakfast, picked up his 18-month-old baby, placed her at the back of the car, and drove to the main gate. Pinto did not have a chance to say goodbye to his daughter.
Okay.
Ongea dadi, mimi nakwambia hii kitu lazima tuende civil war ndio tujue venye kupigana kwanza, cause hizi vitu zimefanyika. I know Njiro ameniambia nicheze zingine hapo hivi, lakini look for it kabla niipate.
Okay. Kenyan with love, nimekutumia kitu hapo pia tuchezee hiyo. I want to speak of that.
Okay, but if you know, I've read about Pinto Gama, and I'd love his kind of politics. And if you look at the politics of Pinto Gama, politics of JM Karaoke, politics even of Wangari Maathai, it was nation-centered. It was not individualism kind of politics. It was a politics that could that Kenya could move together, you know. But like people who had selfish interest, you know, made him go. But the worst part of it, they went for a guy who was just struggling to make a life, to be like to somebody who assassinated him. So that's how sometimes life is, you know, like the Mkokoteni guy, you know. So sometimes I usually Mato, that's why nilikuambia ubaki kwa studio. Sometimes we need to reflect back on some of the history of our country, and it will tell you how, as a country, that how our leadership have really messed us. Not even Kenyans, the leadership itself, you know. The leaders that we had that were laying foundation for Kenya, you know, then when Kenya was still young, you know, they were wiped out of the system, and the people who came were cartels, you know. So that's where we are today, you know. If people like Pinto Gama could have been there, JM Karaoke, Tom Mboya, you know, what country will we be having? You know, we could be having, like right now, we could be having one of the best country, maybe in East Africa, even in the world, if we had those leaders. But as fate was, they're all gone, and they're gone with all their visions. Nobody is even trying to bring back those visions. Everybody is like tenderpreneur, money, how will I get rich quick? You know, it's so sad.
And I agree with you, sir. I really, Benson, I really agree with you, because I think I don't know if people really go back and really look at our history. You know, our history, where we come in politically. And Jiru, I have your video here, but that's more on medical. I've seen that video earlier. I don't know if you wanted me to play it, but I don't know how it relates to this.
It has a lot of substance. There is something usiseme you don't know how it relates to this. I know what I mean nikisema hivyo, but anyway ni sawa. It's at your will.
No, I'll play it. I'll play it. Let's just finish the political part and then we go to that. I'll play it. I'll play it. I promise you. So, Brother Benson, what I'm trying to say is that when you look at the political journey that we've had, and that is why I was saying maybe we really need to go to a civil war. I don't know what you think about that when I say that we really need to go to a civil war. Moi a little cushion out of that. Some political guys were killed. Today we have people who are being threatened, the Okiya Mkatas of today. We have even the Bunge la Mwananchi guys being threatened today. People that have channels like yours wanting to be threatened and everything. We've had the biggest economies of the world. They've had to go to civil war. And Moi protected us from that. How about we just go to civil war? You know, Sudan went to civil war. They decided, you know what, hatuwezi ishi pamoja, nyi kaeni saidi yenyu, pia si tukae saidi yetu. We'll do our thing, nyi fanyeni kivyenyu. And they respect each other. Because just the way I was asking, Mr. Bro, Bro Benson, I was asking, and I asked Zero here.
I don't think we need to go to civil war. What we need to do, what we need to do as the voters, we need to come to realization that everything stops with us. You know, And if everything stops with us, then we have to start listening to ourselves and say, what do we want? Yeah, what do we want as a country? You know, run away from the tribal kind of politics, voting of voting with emotions. If we can reach that point, then it will be okay. But if we, the voters,
but Mr. Benson, that's what I'm saying. If we want to be tribal, let's be tribal. Mkikuyu akae kwao, Mkamba akae kwao, Mkale akae kwao. Tufanye nini mpaka tukubaliane ni nani anaweza na kwa wengine? Because at this point I think we are just messing the country, because now, like I said, nilisema hapa tupewe 10 tribes zenye zishaichagua uchaguzi. Hakuna mtu angesema, yet we say we have 46 or 47 tribes. So si tuende kivyetu, kila mtu akae kivyao kwanza for now mpaka tukubaliane. I'm not suggesting watu wamenikujia hapa. Leo nimeasha shida. Okay.
Mato.
Yeah.
Kupigana ni sawa, lakini tukipigana hakutakuwa na Kenya. Hiyo unajua kabisa. Kenya
kama hakuna Kenya, sasa kwa nini kukuwe na Kenya yenye tunakaliwa?
Kwa sababu kutakuwa na Haiti. Okay.
Manake no, mapolisi mumepeleka Haiti, nyie ndeni mkakae Haiti. Sisi tuko huku tutangungutana.
That's what they call poetic justice. That's exactly where we are going. Just like we are Shakahola now. You know, sometimes something happens that demonstrates, showing exactly where you're going. So kupigana, actually, Kenya, I believe God loves us very much because we have something to help us get back on track. We have an election that we know the way it went, but we are waiting for a miracle to happen instead of tusimame pamoja tuseme this is our constitution. It is now or never. So these are waiting for a war when actually we have a fight now to get back our nation is the saddest thing. I think a simple issue here is let's tell those guys who are not on the street to get on the street. The mountain, let them go to the street, and others, we join in and get the country back. Then we can save ourselves from these coups and violence, nakufa for no reason. We have a reason.
Exactly my point. Let's hear from I don't know where Brother Benson went. Brother Benson, come back, because we were on a tough talk. But Roba is here and Jeremani is also here. And Jeremani, congrats on your books. On your book, I am actually trying to get it on Kindle. But
congratulations, yes.
Yeah,
I'd like to
congratulations. Yeah. Roba, it's been a long time. Habari yako mzee wangu. Pole, najua nakoseaga hapa, lakini usinichape tafadhali. Nimesema tuende civil war, but I know you. I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm so glad and privileged to have you here on the show. Thank you. And then after that, we'll go to Jeremiah.
Mato, I'll send you something on Pinto, because we made a comment. He was not just a nationalist, but he was a Pan-Africanist, real one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Roba. Hey, don't tell me Roba now is having issues. Roba. Bring it back.
Haya, leta Jeremani basi alafu nichezee hiyo video yangu.
Hii video yako. Okay, sawa, nitakuchezea tu because it's a special request.
Ya Pinto, you're making point on him.
Hata yenye ananiambia si ya Pinto. Ya Pinto ilikuwaga different. Hii yenye ananiambia ni ingine hapo hivyo ya kansa. Roba, please come back. Everybody mwenye ametoka murudi hapa. Jeremani, how are you doing today?
Mato, I'm doing well. Good to see you.
Thank
Good
you
to
for your
see.
show. I watched every part of it. I watched all your chapters and everything. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
can Jeremani, can you hold on just so I
Yeah,
think Roba is having
sure,
issues.
sure.
Roba, can you come in before you get thrown again? I don't know what happened to you. Unmute, unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're right on money. You're on the money. Merry Christmas. Cheza wewe
Merry
sasa.
Christmas. So, so I have issues with my internet, and that one tells you where I am. So, Mato, hey, you guys have been listening to you. I've been listening to everybody. You know, I've been here on the ground for almost a month, a couple of weeks now. So there's something even on gear. And I think sometimes when you're on the ground, when you see reality, let me start a positive, something positive. Something positive about what's going on is the engagement of the people. People know what's going on, the politics and other things. They do. So it's not like our people are stupid. Our people know what's going on. Another positive thing I can say is, yes, we have all these issues, but our people are waking up, trying their best. They are waking up every day to do what they are supposed to do, to go their daily lives. For me, I've observed a lot of things. This was my first time to come in since the election. And like I told you, some of you a few weeks ago, when I came, the first person I saw at the airport was the Nairobi governor. My finger up, my middle
Amechomoka.
Kila mtu, is everything okay? I know Roba is
Yeah, amepotea.
atarudi tu. Let me put the link for them. I think we still have enough time.
Hiyo comment yako ya civil war, maybe let me comment briefly about it. You see, different countries morph differently. And in Kenya or in Africa, we fought the.
Lakini Njiru, sungeacha nani Njerumani kidogo, ama unataka kumaliza hiyo chain of thought? Njerumani hajaongea chochote. If you want to finish your chain of thought, that's fine.
Okay, wacha Njerumani aendelee tu.
No, wacha Njiru amalize because I will feed off his energy.
It's a Christmas period. Huh?
Okay, wacha niongeze. So
Roba is back. Roba is back.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, political. Now you call. Hey, Jiru, now you political nani. Hey guys, I was just saying. You see, this is the problem. You wake up this country. I want to contribute. Then for all of a sudden, your internet is an issue. That's the same thing. So I was just saying some of the positive things. It's because of the hardworking people. People are going on their daily activities. You can see that people are trying. But the worst of this country, I'm telling you, I'm seated there, right there in Machakos County. Man, we have problems. This is really bad. Even the roads, which like, a few years ago I just saw the good roads, which they had fixed, everything was good. But right now, they are gone. Very bad. Like here in Machakos County, I'm telling you, Kenya need to laugh. Horrible. Horrible.
Wacha kuniaibisha bwana. Unajua venye
Horrible.
nasemanga kwetu huko ni nini from Makutano to go there, you know, that's my home bwana. Wewe.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But here, the suburbs of Nairobi, Machakos County is the suburbs of Nairobi. Sasa huyu anaitwa nani, the MP for huyu Mr. Owino. So amewekea rami hapo. Sasa mahali Machakos imeanzia kuja ndani ni shimo. That's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. But let's talk about the big picture here. Here's the big picture. When I see a president of a country, like yesterday, trying to take credit, saying Kenya took number one for people.
And Robert, before you go too far, let me thank you so much for our studio.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I know about it. I know about it. Thank you so much.
Okay, then I was able to meet Bernard for the first time. I saw him once. I've been a businessman.
Thank you so much for our
studio. He's a skinny. Yeah, I mean, I just saw. And you know, he looks big on studio. When I saw him, I said, "Oh, that's you, Bernard." And you look like me. I'm the giant like this.
Merry Christmas, my brother. Thank you so much for what you've done for the studio. Thank you so much.
Yes.
On behalf of Sound Candy Talk, most of them will not know what I'm talking about, but on behalf of them,
sema kile amefanya tupige makofi vizuri bwana.
Amefanya wewe
wacha hiyo bwana. Taongea hiyo baadaye.
Yeah, thank you, Roba.
Anyway, congratulations kwa ile umefanya, tumeshukuru. Kama ni watangazaji umetuletea, tumewapokea.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey, by the way, guys, let me tell you some of the things here. Let me tell you the latest where cartels run this country. Bwana, nimekuja hapa, I was celebrating my nephew. Seriously. My nephew alikuwa na 4.3 marks. Alifanya hiyo KCP. Sasa what ikuja wanasema selection. So my nephew, a boy who has been training to do aviation in his life. Mpaka saa hii tunamuita pilot, tunafanya nini? And yeye alichagua kwenda Mangu. My friends, hakuna Mangu. And the boy was one of the things, he was the highest in mathematics and English in the country. And that one I can assure you, he was. Yeah. And now, because cartels are running this country, somebody said cartels. I agree with that. Cartels are running this country. From the economy of this country, even now, even Kenya examination, even hata kuenda mahali mtoto anaenda shule, cartels ndio wadetermine. So the next thing, the hair we are breathing here in Kenya, itakuwa cartels ndio wanafungua, una-breathe, then wanafunga. That's what's remaining. This is serious. I'm telling you, yes, this is serious. I've won different places. I've won different offices. Hey, bwana, everybody's a liar. Wanakuambia leo, kuja kesho. Ukienda kesho, get somebody else. Everybody anaongea mambo ya uongo. And you know, someone like me, I get pissed off because I could rather have somebody aniambia ukweli rather than mtu ananiambia uongo. That one, I don't like it. So generally, I'm just saying we are headed in the wrong direction. You can tell. You can tell the young people all over the place. I mean, some just like ukida tu tuko na kazi kidogo ya kufanyiwa. Hey, you get people just show up kwa sababu watu hawana kazi. That's the bottom line. People don't have jobs. And when a president of a country like Ruto, I saw like yesterday alikuwa huko kwao, anasema the people who have won court are evil. They are the people who are against the country. Let me remind him, the people who went to court are the right people of our country. That's how democracy works. If he wants to bring dictatorship the way he has done it already, let him bring it on. Kenya sisi hatuogopi. If he wants to kill everybody, that's fine. That's fine. Because he wants to do his way. Na njia ambayo anatuongoza, nilisema tumefika Mombasa, tuko karibu kuingia Indian Ocean. Tumefika huko Nyamataro, Kisumu. We are about to head to Lake Victoria with William Ruto, the driver, and Gachagua, Gachetha is the conductor. That's where Kenya is headed to. Hiyo ni ukweli. You can tell. Okay. Uchafu kila mahali, hata nachita governor wa Nairobi. Yeah? Everything. This country has just changed to the worst. That's the truth of the matter. It has just changed to the worst. Yeah? Go to safety. Sahi, ukienda safety. Kila mtu ana drive careless. There's no, you get motorcycles. There's no, like, everything's out of control. And anachipiga kifua. Kila saa anachipiga kifua. Uongo. Yeah? I hate what he said yesterday. Can hear someone can, okay. I heard what he said yesterday when he said, oh, we are the number one country where people are sending money from outside from those who are outside the country. The man coming in. Hiyo ndiyo anatuambia. I want to hear him saying how many jobs he has created for the people I'm saying here. How many university graduates do we have? We have all these young people. We have the old. We have the middle-aged. Some of them with university degrees, lakini hakuna kazi. Yeah? And the things are getting worse and worse. The truth is this. Cartels around this country, and we have to find out the solution for it. If we get the solution about the cartels, then Kenya is going to the right direction. But kuanzia sahi, right now, who are the cartels? That's a problem. Yeah? So even the so-called members of parliament, yeah? In fact, let me tell something. I was around the Omapay County. I went for a funeral of a friend of mine, Rose's mom. So I went there. So when I say politics, for me, I don't like politics on a funeral because I feel that's being disrespectful. So walianza kuongea mambo ya politics. Then it happened, I came to know that one of the members of parliament, mwenye alienda upande mwingine from OTM alienda kufanya kazi, is from this place where I was. My goodness, my friends, he was not given a chance. He tried to start, people said, no, you cannot speak before us. And I loved what they did. They said, no. So he came up and saying whether you like it or not, I'm working with you, UTA, with the current government, nina. Watu walimwambia hapana. And he even told them, I'm going to run the government 2027. Watu wakamwambia governorship, there's no opening. You can hear that. That's the kind of things I wanted to hear. Like somebody who's trying to protect this democracy, trying to see our country progressing. Yeah. But I was so disappointed na mambo hii cartels, more especially about the education part of it, where kids, mtoto anakuja hapa. Somebody, I know some of my brother-in-law, his girl, man, a small girl here, she's just one of Alan's girls. Yeah. And she had 405 marks. It was among the best in the country. Anachukuliwa shule ingine hajawahi kusikia. Hiyo ndio barua napata. I was very disappointed, very, very disappointed. If this is the way the country is going, then we don't have a country. We don't have a country. Very, very sad. Let me leave it there. I want to contribute. Let's hear from somebody else.
Yeah, stay with us. Sad. And it's good that you're telling us now, you've been speaking now, from the diaspora. They always tell us diasporas, we don't do things. And now you're speaking from the ground. Thank you, Roba. Please stay with me. Asante sana, sijui kina Njiru wameenda wapi. Jerumani, I want to bring you and Atur, you're right next after Jerumani. Please stay with me. Thank you so much. Did I actually hold on, Jeremiah, before you come in? Atur, is it Atur or Arthur? I don't want to butcher your name. Unmute first. Huh? Huh? Atur, can you speak? Can you speak more so that because I don't think I can hear you very well. Hebu salimia watu nisikie kwanza kama uko radhi. I just want to hear your voice communication so that I know we're on the same wavelength. Okay, speak. Roba, can you hear him well, or is it just me?
No, I can't hear him either.
Something with your voice, it comes and goes. Can you okay, work on your voice before while Jeremiah is coming in. Jeremiah, the floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Mato. And I think Atur's network is a bit shaky. If it stabilizes, I will yield room to him.
And both of you, Jeremiah and Roba, you guys are big people here. You know each other. If I step out, please do your thing. You know how to handle yourselves. Out here. I don't have to be here. I might just step out to step on the kitchen a little bit, but you guys, I know you guys can handle yourself. You guys will mutajipanga, but I'm around. So you guys keep on going on, and if anybody needs to come in, I'm gonna be posting the link. Mtu mwenye anataka kuingia, I think we still have enough time. I have another maybe 30-40 minutes, maybe towards an hour, so we can actually do this. And actually that we have Roba here that actually sasa amefika mtaani, and he can actually tell us what exactly iko huko chini before we go hata sisi. So Roba and Jeremiah, the show is all yours. Atur akiweza kurudi poa, that will be fine. And then I'm posting this, and then I think kuna watu wako huko nyuma pia. Me, I'll be back there, lakini I'm not leaving. I'm just leaving the show just to do something on my kitchen. But you guys continue. Everybody's listening. Thank you. Jeremiah, sorry for that.
No problem, it's understood. So allow me to start by recognizing the presence of Roba. It's been a while since I shared the space with you. Good to see that you are pushing on well. And congratulations on the expertise on transport and logistics management. Mato, you'd raised, let me use the official names. Kenya with Love. You'd raised some important there's some feedback. I don't know if it's my line or it's coming from elsewhere.
Let me take care of that real quick.
Okay, so I proceed. Kenya with Love, you raised some very important points that I thought, let me come in and throw in my few cents of thought. So that usually when you throw in some cents, it evolves into shillings. So let me see where this will head. So we always talk about, let me start off with JM Karaoke, and then I will address Pio Gamapinto, and then I will address Roba's point about cartels. So we all talk about J.M. Karaoke's assassination. And the angle that we've always taken is that J.M. Karaoke was killed because he had started threatening the interests of Jomo Kenyatta. And from my reading of history, I'm starting to think maybe not. There may be an angle that we are all not seeing, but is staring right in front of us. And the angle that I'm staring at is that in the 1970s, around late 1960s, going to the early 70s, and specifically in the month of April 1973, J.M. Karaoke went to Parliament and made an address. In his address, he said, there is a company called Lonro. This company called Lonro is buying companies, small companies left and right, and amalgamating them into its Lonro business. And when he made that statement, he was able to pinpoint the specific companies that were being bought by Lonro. He went on to name the company called Motor Mart. Motor Mart was owned by a Mzungu gentleman called Slater. Motor Mart was a well-established entity at the time, and certainly there was value for Lonro wanting to acquire it and make it part of its Lonro investments. J.M. Karaoke went on and also said they're also buying Chibuku. Chibuku is the breweries, or was the breweries company. And by buying Chibuku, the breweries company, they were starting to threaten the interests of the Kenya Breweries Limited. J.M. Karaoke went on ahead and said, Lonro is also buying into media. And at that time, it was seen very clearly that Lonro had a very strong stake in the East Africa Standard. Progressively, J.M. Karaoke went on and said, they're not only stopping there, they're also buying interests in the hotel sector or hospitality sector. And at that time, it was clear that Lonro had bought what was known then as the block hotels. The block hotels was an amalgamate of various chains of hotels established by Abraham Block. And Lonro was taking an interest in those companies. Who was the managing director, owner, and CEO of Lonro? At least the person who had a huge stake in Lonro Africa. And it emerged as at 1970s. The person with the highest stakes in Lonro was Tiny Roland. How did Tiny Roland make his way into Africa? Or at least into Kenya, because in Africa will be a longer story. But into Kenya, Tiny Roland made connections with the Kenyatta government. And when he made inroads with the Kenyatta government, one of the first things he wanted was protection. Who was going to provide him with this protection? Aside from Kenyatta himself, where he provided Jomo Kenyatta, or Jomo Kenyatta's son-in-law, an opportunity to serve as deputy chairman of Lonro Africa and a board member of the Lonro London, where he was the only African on the Lonro London board. Tiny Roland was able to create opportunities through political connections. The political connections that Tiny Roland built were then secured with his connection to the gentleman called Bruce Mackenzie. Bruce Mackenzie had invited Tony Rowland to his residence in Diani and made a proposition to him. And those of you who have watched the movie called The Godfather, made a proposition to him or made an offer to him that he could not refuse for a stake in Londro. Mackenzie was going to open up his network of protection through the Attorney General, Charles Njonjo. And then he was further going to open additional other opportunities, like the Cooper's Motors, where Bruce Mackenzie was the founder. He was also going to open up additional opportunities where Bruce Mackenzie had interests in the telecommunications sector. This was the icing or sweet deal that Mackenzie proposed to Tony Rowland. Now, and this is the angle that I'm coming to. When J.M. Kariuki was making his presentation to Parliament, he singled out the time that he worked as Assistant Minister, I think for tourism or for agriculture. I believe it was agriculture, under Bruce Mackenzie. So he had seen how Bruce Mackenzie operated. He had learned Bruce Mackenzie's ways. How does he get his deals done? And some of the deals that Bruce Mackenzie did were not above board if you were to look at them from today's lenses. When he made that statement in Parliament in April of 1973, the question is, was Bruce Mackenzie, was J.M. Kariuki threatening the interests of Bruce Mackenzie and his network of businesses? Why do I say this? And as I said, this is an angle that I'm looking at that we may probably not have been looking at for generations. Tony Rowland and Londro activities had been singled out by the ministry, by the Directorate of Trade and Industry in the UK. And if you were to Google, you will see that in the late 1960s, early 1970s, the Department of Trade and Industry in the UK had done an incisive report on Londro. And their findings were that Londro was making or granting commissions to its chairman, who was known as Major Ball back then, and some of the money was being given as commissions on advisorship basis through the Guernsey Islands, through what we call today the tax havens. And Londro was put to task about its trade practices. This record is available in the UK Parliament. Now the question is, did Bruce Mackenzie then fear that if what J.M. Kariuki is saying here in the Parliament of Kenya makes its way to the House of Commons in the UK, would it shine a spotlight on Bruce Mackenzie, or would it shine a spotlight on Londro, and by extension Tony Rowland, and then lead up to the trail of Bruce Mackenzie? That's an angle that I believe has been on our blind spots for generations to come. And it appears very convenient then that J.M. Kariuki would be singled out as a threat to Jomo Kenyatta politically. But then again, I'm positioning or proposing that there is the commerce angle that we have likely not been looking at. I move on to Pio Gamapinto. So Pio Gamapinto, it is also alleged, or not alleged, but the conclusion we have as of today is that Pio Gamapinto died because he was also threatening President Jomo Kenyatta's position. And the question then arises, what was the position that he was threatening? The angle that we're also looking at here is Pio Gamapinto was at one time going to table a motion of no confidence in Jomo Kenyatta's government. And this he was doing at the urging or at the invitation of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who proposed that he goes ahead and prepare a motion of no confidence. But what was this motion of no confidence founded on? Fitz D'Souza, who was a deputy speaker of parliament then, narrated in a book that he has written and said, on one occasion, there was an altercation between Pio Gamapinto and Jomo Kenyatta on the floor, not on the floor, but within the precincts of parliament. And Pio Gamapinto was heard by, among other parliamentarians, Kijana Wamalwa Michael, shouting at Jomo Kenyatta, I will fix you. And Jomo Kenyatta retorted by calling him an expletive that I do not wish to repeat on the forum here. And Pio Gamapinto replied with the same expletive. The parliamentarians who had watched or listened to that altercation approached Pio Gamapinto and asked him, why did you call Jomo Kenyatta such a name? And Pio Gamapinto replied, he called me one first. It was then shortly thereafter that Pio Gamapinto was shot and passed away. People like Achieng' Aneko, who heard that Pio Gamapinto had been shot, came out shouting, no, no, no. Kenyatta must answer to this. The other person who was really concerned about this was Joseph Murumbi, who was then the vice president. And suffice to say, shortly thereafter, Joseph Murumbi had tendered his resignation. Officially, he was distraught by the assassination. But of course, you can see that he did not want to be party to a government that was already starting to assassinate some of the leading lights in the political scene. Those two angles that I'm referring to all point towards Jomo Kenyatta. But then the question arises, what grounds did Pio Gamapinto have or use to raise the motion of no confidence against Jomo Kenyatta's government? And records show that Pio Gamapinto had come across a plot called the Z Plots Scheme. The Z Plots Scheme was a plan of the 1 million acres that was being compensated by the British government to the Kenyan government to provide compensation to the Mzungu settlers so that as they leave the country, they are compensated. The monies that is paid by the British government is given to the Kenya government as a loan. The loan will be provided to the African citizens. They would acquire the farms that the Mzungu settlers had left behind. The Mzungu settlers will have been paid by this loan from the British government. And the labor that the African farmers deploy would be used to recoup the investment or the loans or repay the loans that had been granted to the Kenya government. So this Z plots scheme or million acres scheme was a compensation plan to phase out Mzungu settlers from the White Highlands that they were already occupying and the farms that they were already occupying. Pio Gamapinto then discovered very quickly that in certain instances, Jomo Kenyatta had been allocated 50 farms, and he was questioning what was the basis of these allocations. And he was questioning whether these monies were paid in the second instance. But in the first instance, he was really questioning whether Jomo Kenyatta merited 50 farms, while other Mau Mau and African citizens had not received even a portion of land. This was then the basis for Pio Gamapinto to rise up very strongly and say, I will fix you. Pio Gamapinto may have been reading a motion of no confidence on the floor of Parliament with the evidence that he had put together. But this never saw the light of day. Allow me to finally conclude on what Roba alluded. We have a cartel culture in Kenya. And this cartel culture, I always like referring to history, because it's through history that we're able to see the patterns. It's through history that some of the people who become the cartels borrow from. They see how it was done in the past, and then they borrow from what was done in the past with mutations to adapt to the current situation. Someone posed the question to me during my presentation earlier, that what has the history got to do with the current situation on the ground, or what challenges are being faced today? I propose or I submit that where, as Roba put it very plainly, the cartels establish patterns from history. Where they see success in how it was done, they will adapt that mechanism. Where they see pitfalls or how someone was caught in a well thought out plan, the plan mutates and they adapt to the new situation and find new loopholes around the situation. So essentially here we are saying that history provides us the lenses to see where the loopholes are, and then how people who are able to take advantage of the situation will capitalize. I wish to submit that and leave it for other panelists to continue. Maybe Roba and Lala can take over.
Hey, Lala, you want to come in? Okay, let me just come in and so Jeremiah, can you hear me?
Jeremiah, thanks.
Just come in and so Jeremiah, can you hear me?
Jeremiah, thanks.
Just come in and so Jeremiah, can you hear me? Hey, Rada, can you mute? You have some issues, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead, Rada. You're good.
Hello?
Go ahead. Okay, it looks like Lara has some issues. Chairman, you can hear me, yeah?
I can hear you, Roba, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you for the history. Thank you for connecting for what happened in the past, what's happening in the current affairs and status of our country, beloved country, Kenya. Talking of cartels, I mean, the president was in Sigoi. I've never seen anything what I just saw, where a president gives a gift, whatever gift he is, he gave to give his own people, which I'm not against. Then he writes his own name and he puts every bag of it. He paints the bags with the bags which were the gifts were in yellow. I mean, the yellow, yellow is something I hate. I hate yellow because of UTA. I don't hate UTA because of nothing. It's because they don't know what they're doing. They are messing up our country. So it's simple and it's easy. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When you are a president of a country and you want to run the economy, you can't start the way Ruto has started. This is the second year now. But Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, let me tell you something. This is not going to change. This is not going to change. If you want to know the truth about it, look at what's happening. All of us, we are on the ground right now. I mean, there's no money. Everything's expensive. People are suffering. You can just tell. And yet, the few people who have access to the money, they think that we all live the same. That's what they think. They think that everybody just lives their fantasy. So here's the thing. If I had my way, I could have called for the parliament to be dissolved and Ruto to resign. But still, as somebody who comes here, I've always said the best thing can ever happen to this country is Ruto to go. And that's what I still believe. He has to go. This man is incapable. So if you want to know he's incapable, you see when things are worse, more and more worse, and now they come and start telling us, hey, guess what? Things are getting better. How? When people are really suffering. So the first thing is this. We know this government, sometimes they can show up, sometimes they threaten people. They don't follow the law, the rule of law, which they claim they do. I think time has come where we have to go beyond our beloved Rita Raila Odinga. We have to go beyond it. We cannot just wait every time if you want to do something, you have to wait for Raila to do something so that as we come in, we need the so-called young generation of people to come up and through a framework of what's going to go forward on this. If we don't do it, the sooner the better. But I'm so surprised, even some of our Asimio people, they are talking of 2027, even some places where I've gone. I'm not talking about 2027. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about ending cartels. I'm talking about improving the economy of our people. I'm talking about providing employment. And that's why I say this housing thing, people, friends, and good friends of this country. We can't just go and say you are building. How many people are you want to build for houses? And housing is one way to build the economy. It's not. It's not. The way they are doing it, it is because they think you are stupid. And that's why you saw the other day at Mukuru, somewhere Mukuru, I think I know I might have gone Mukuru before. And thanks to the nation media for exposing what happened. At Mukurunchenga, I don't know, Mukurunchenga or somewhere else, the president of our country saying, oh, tumechenga huko ni kama Europe. Stupid Ruto. And I remain with that point. Did you guys see how the water was running over the people? people living under the bridge, and the man is telling us wamechenga, and that's what we have been cautioning, trying to tell our people: be cautious. These people, they will do two small things, they lie to you, and you think you buy them. Yeah, so wameweka kajumba kamoja hapo. This housing thing, wamesema mnaishi kama Europe, and people live in Europe. This is what we have been saying here for almost 2 years. Get us the jobs, get the employment, people earn their money, and they build their own houses. That's how economy works. Hakuna jabulat, you are going to build the houses for people, and they are going to provide the electricians, what. You're new chinga. You cannot start the economy from the top going down. I know you have this model of saying bottom up. What happened? The way you are doing your economy is head down. And that's wrong. And that's why I just said this country could have progressed, but it cannot take any more remaining years of this stupid, the most arrogant, the most illiterate president I've ever seen, the most dictator. Call him names. It serves it. They don't know what they're doing. I'm telling you, my friends, if God had a way that he can tell us exactly, and what exactly in their minds, they know they have failed. They know they have failed. And that's why you can see when something goes wrong, they try to cover with something like to tell them maybe they arrest one person or there. I don't mean those who are being arrested are clean. Let them be arrested if they stole, like the guy, the former 12th minister. If there's something wrong there, let him be arrested. But you can't just do it when things are going wrong. Every time then from there, the worst thing about it, how many people we have had being arrested, at the end of the day, we don't see them being prosecuted, we don't see them going to court, then from there's no witness, the case collapses. Nonsense tumechoka, mimi nimechoka. And that's why I said I put my hat on the county government. I'm about to finish, rather you come in. That's why I thought the county government would be our savior. I still believe on the county government. Here's why. If we had to do a retrobit, checks and balances on the county, maybe we can start things from there. Maybe we can hit some of these cartels out. But since now this man has come in and said, I'm the Jesus, this man has said, I'm everything, dictatorship, everything, and everything comes from him, and everything comes from the president. And those people, all those members of parliament, anybody, if you know outside there, you are a person who come and tell us everything comes from the president before things get done. And the circle was sim. I don't want to hear nonsense from you. Our constitution allows and current government provide services, and all services equal, regardless of your political background. I don't care. But this idea of this conman, this dictator, he has come and just put himself saying, oh, without me, you cannot get development. Somebody has to remind him. There was Kenyatta, he has gone. Yeah, Moi came and he went. Kibak came, he's gone. Oud came and he finished his term. But his time is numbered. If he keeps on just terrorizing a country like the way he does right now, somebody somewhere, I trust on our people, somebody somewhere will stand for our country. This man does not deserve to be a president. I wish I had my way. He does not deserve to be a president. He's a liar. Dr. Liar. So we have come to Sakayo, the tourist, to the liar now. I don't like this man. Thank you, guys.
Roba, you ask some very pertinent questions. And one of the things that I always hear on this forum is Ruto must go. Do you think there's a plan to actualize his going? Because that's something that everyone says, but no one comes up with something formidable, something tangible. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, let me give to Rara. Rara, you can also come in. Then after that, I can answer the question. Please come in, Rara. I don't want you just be out there. Come in first.
Thanks, Robert. I think we converge the fact that if we let Ruto stay till 2027, I think we will have failed the country fundamentally, simply because we are fueling the engine that runs on no constitution to keep staying and creating atmosphere that I think, Germani, you explained it in a way that I don't think I've been given that economic connection with how these foreigners, Western powers, have been able to 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 rule, primarily to control our resources, to control our businesses. Lonro sounded to me like the East African company that East India, I think, company that controlled this region of the world, our region, for a long time. And I think the way you explained it clearly demonstrate the kind of interest that that was present and that we see even with this administration, where foreign powers capitalizes on our ignorance of what they're doing. So, Jeremy, I think that you're exposing some things that we've never made that connection. It's easier for the foreign powers to create a fight between us. We think this is the problem. Apparently, there is another hand that is clearly working things underneath to overthrow any powers that Africans have in mind, and to create this this puppets that we have in our land today. I think, Jeremani, this is the kind of knowledge that African young people should have of themselves and their country, because it's easier for us to shout on the emotional level, but intellectually we are in a different space. So I think making this connection is really necessary, because yes, we want change, we want Ruto to go, but for some people they haven't really made that connection, and because a very simple thing, looking at a documentary on Haiti, the kind of uh, place this country is and the kind of corruption that is going on. So for Ruto to send our police officer there to oppress the people, there basically because they're going to be supporting that kind of repressive regime, that kind of corrupt system. I think if our young people are made to understand that this is where these people are taking us, they may be able to take a stronger stand and say no. And I agree with you, Robert, that it has to be now, because now we'll say that we have a constitution. Now we'll say that we can't withstand these people. Now we'll speak to the world that Kenyans are not corrupt, because at the moment, Ruto and his order are the one defining us, even outside the country, because you can't dissociate the current state of your nation and the perception that they have of you. If we are corrupt, if we are liars, and then all this think about when they meet a Kenya, they're liars, which means nobody would put their money in that economy, good money into that economy, except for the thieves and robbers, which means we are going the Haiti way. Like right now, no one can put any money in Haiti. They're getting away from there. And Kenya's following the same suit. And so it is important for us to be smart enough to beat Ruto at this game. It came to us with a PhD, but now you wonder what kind of mind this man has. Who are the people who advised him to make certain decisions? And of course, every decision seems to take us down the tube. So I appreciate Jeremani, and of course Robert. The question which of course Jeremani raised is, what can we do now? I think first of all, let us look at the Constitution. If you've never read the Constitution, please, if you can read, go read it. And remember, that is the Bible that our nation must stand on, or else everything else will fall. Okay? It will fall as a nation. So unless we have a working constitution, we are in trouble. And then look at what's going on with this administration. And ask yourself, if you are a Christian, a Muslim, and others, is this what I'm supposed to defend and protect and serve? If your conscience cannot let you follow Ruto this way, then you're a candidate for citizenship. Remember, the Greeks separated the citizens from idiots. Idiots were not just stupid people, but they're people who are full of themselves, don't want to learn anything. Those were the idiots. And in Kenya, we see such kind of group of people. The Ruto group, it's about themselves. These are idiots. But citizens are the people that sacrifice, serve, care, defend their country. So you got to choose today whether you are a citizen of Kenya or you're an idiot of Kenya. And so it is important for us to be able to educate ourselves quickly and then step out. And it has to be done soon, because if we have the knowledge that we have, and most people know about it, then we can step forward to do what must be done. I know there are a lot of people that are ready. And where are you, any Kenyans? What are you thinking? Are you an idiot or are you a citizen? Idiots are afraid. Idiots are in their own little homes. Idiots don't care. In the animal farm, they may be smart like Benjamin, but Benjamin was just watching what was happening. They knew what was happening, but they had no courage to step forward. Citizens have courage. And where is your courage as a Kenyan? I think these are the questions that we must ask ourselves, because nobody is coming to save us. No one is. God has, is Old Testament, he has shown thee, O man, what you ought to do justice and love mercy and peace. I think something like that, I'm paraphrasing it. But it's as if we have been given a blueprint. We don't need a war. We don't need any other. We have a blueprint. We know how to fight this war. The war is, our constitution has been violated. Okay, as Kenyans, we have the number, and there are things we can do as Kenyans to say no. And lastly, I challenge the people from the mountain. Many of my friends were busy talking about in the past why they don't want Baba to be a leader. Okay, but right now they're crying. But I think crying to Baba is a misplaced right now. Baba already has stated that punda ameanguka. Okay, ilikuwa amechoka, sasa ameanguka. Kama ameanguka, it means Baba's given us a signal to do that which is right, to raise that punda up, that our constitution. We cannot let it go. So thank you, Jeremani. I appreciate That contribution is very delightful to understand the dynamics, the intrigues of politics, and of course, let me say this last one. I think we've been talking a lot about the arrest and things like that, but this is where politics is played on things that should be purely legal. So independent commissions, independent bodies are not independent in Kenya. In other words, in Kenya, it is not those bodies that will save us, whether they are ECC, whatever, that the Anti-Corruption Commission, or whatever any commission. Those commissions don't have any teeth. They don't bite. They are useless. They are collapsed right now. So it is for you, mwananchi, wewe mwananchi, kuchukua this moment as a citizen, as a sovereign power of this nation. We, the people, the citizens, we must step forward and let those from Mount Kenya and others join the rest if they're serious that they really want the Constitution to be the supreme law of the land. Because right now it is not, and that's what the problem is. And we have to do it quick enough that we can reverse the dynamics so that this country can be fired again, can have light shining again, because the darkness is falling each and every day. So thank you, guys. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Before you come in, let me, for those ones who just joined us, I'm kind of studying for Kenyan to Love. So we are here discussing about our country. And let me remind you, it's on top of the hour. Our viewers are all over the world. We are all over the world. It's 1 or 2 a.m. in New York. In Amsterdam, it's 7 or 2 in the morning. In Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, it is 12 Saturday there. Cape Town is 8 or 2 in the morning. San Francisco, my base is 10 p.m. still Friday. Tokyo, Japan is 3 or 2 p.m. Saturday. And of course, here in Nairobi, where I am right now, it is 9 or 2 in the morning. So we are talking about our country and with this lying president we have right now. Chairman, you had something to say. Please come in before I answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Roba. There's something else I also wish to add that is also historical, arising from what J.M. Karaoke was presenting. So J.M. Karaoke also, around the same time in Parliament, stood up and said, the British Overseas Company, I'm forgetting the full name, but if I may jog my mind very quickly, I think it was the British Overseas Airways Corporation. British Overseas Airways Corporation had an office at a building called Rokatan House. So Rokatan is spelled Rhokatan. And J.M. Karaoke also had an office in the same building. And J.M. Karaoke says that at one time he started questioning why the British Overseas Airways Corporation was operating illegal mines. But here's the interesting part. Rokatan House, or Rokatan, stands for Rhodesia Katanga. So it was a merging of the two names, Rhodesia Katanga, that gave rise to that building called Rokatan House. Why is Rhodesia and Katanga important? Rhodesia, as we know it, is where we used to have northern and southern Rhodesia. Northern Rhodesia is today known as Zambia. Southern Rhodesia is today known as Zimbabwe. Katanga comes into the picture this way. Katanga is in, or was in, Katanga is in DRC, formerly known as Zaire. Katanga is rich in minerals like diamonds. Lonro, the business conglomerate, had an interest in mining in Katanga. How did Lonro make its inroads into Katanga? The story goes that when Mobutu Sese Seko took over as the ruler of Zaire, he nationalized all the mining companies. And one of the mining companies was the Katanga Company that Rhodesia or Lonro had interests in. Tiny Rowland, being the managing director and CEO, sought political advisors who could connect him to Mobutu Sese Seko. And they made envoy appeals to him and finally was granted a hearing. The conclusion of that hearing was that Mobutu Sese Seko wanted, I think, his uncle to have a stake in the company, and that Tiny Rowland Olonro was in turn going to make donations.
Hey, German, before you proceed, can I ask you a question? You are giving us all this history. So can you just, like, when you give us history and connect what's happening right now, you talk of nationalizing what Mobutu Sese Seko did. Is that the same thing Ruto is trying to do right now? It's the same thing he tried to take over. It's not the same thing we are seeing from this man who comes from the Carnegie community. By the way, the Carnegie community are good people. But there are the few who think that it's time to take over after Moi, and now it's time for them. So can you connect on that thought so that we can keep our audience? Because some of them, it's just like, okay, you tell me this story, what has to do with me right now? I'm just trying to be a spokesman. I mean, can you just connect the dots for us, please?
Robert, I think let him give us that background, because now we can have a lot of application to what is really going on, because we are not even finished that fast presentation, because there's so much, so rich in terms of what's going on here. Because if we go there, this is how we can win this war. Without this perspective, I think we'll go round and round and shouting and not getting things well. So in some way, of course, Germany connect, but that perspective we need to hear that, because that gives us all kinds of application. Thank you.
Right, Germany.
All right, thank you. Bear with me, because the reason I always refer to history is that's where the patterns come from. And if I was to give direct, if I may call it, direct commentary on what is happening today, I stand the risk of trying to make commentary on information that is not well understood, and then the ball may ricochet and someone will start accusing me of trying to attack one side or being very, very critical of what the good things the government is doing. So I'm erring on the side of caution by trying to borrow from history. And then, of course, I know that I'm speaking to very intelligent people, and intelligent people like yourselves will be able to make the connections without me having to point out directly that this is open page such and such, and you will find such and such.
Germany, but 1 minute. 1 minute. I think you are quite in order. Just continue with your chronology. We can decide for ourselves. Somebody like me, I can come and now overturn. You just walk on your lane.
Appreciated. As I said, I know there is no shortage of people who can make inferences from history and connect the dots very directly to the situation today. So thank you for that clarification. So I continue the trajectory I was on. So Rockatan House, Rhodesia, Katanga, Tiny Roland, being the managing director, reaches out, Mobutu Sese Seko, he's given the terms and told, you must allow my uncle to have a stake in your company, and then you must make a donation to a charity of my choice. These were Mobutu Sese Seko's words. Now, Tiny Roland is given that go ahead. Rockatan House is the seat at that time of Lonro, and in time they change Rockatan House. And this is J.M. Karaoke speaking in Parliament, and he says they changed the name of the building when he started raising those questions. And they changed the name of the building from Rockatan House to Town House. So Town House today, if you Google, used to be previously known as Rockatan House. Why did I take that trajectory? I'm saying there are many incidences that happen historically. They get covered up, names get changed, people move on without knowing what transpired. But why does this happen? The citizenry of Kenya presents its rulers or leaders with an open and blank check for them to cash whatever amount of goodwill they want to draw from the Kenyan nation without being held to account. We have not built strong accountability systems. And the absence of these strong accountability systems and institutions is the loophole that many of these leaders then take advantage of. Ruto must go is the word or terminology or reigning ideology at the moment. And my suggestion or what I propose is it is difficult to just say Ruto must go without following up with formidable action plans. One of the things that will be a challenge when someone tries to pursue the angle of unseating Ruto is one, which means will you use military? Difficult. You cannot use the military to achieve that end because the generals are so disciplined, they respect their commander in chief. Two, will you use the judiciary? The judiciary has been weakened in ways that we publicly know. Financially is one of them. And then number two, there have been allegations of malfeasance, of corruption in the judiciary. So the judiciary is an arm of government that is not as strong enough to be relied upon for an initiative to unseat a sitting president. You go to parliament and you find we have the Senate and we have the legislature. Parliament or one of the arms of parliament can initiate a motion of no confidence or motion of impeachment. There are several grounds which can be laid. For example, it's possible for people to cite the public statements that the president has been making about what has happened and then present the evidence to show that the president was not telling the truth. That to me should be sufficient grounds for an impeachment motion. But then comes the question, who will see it through? Because the same parliament, Senate, and the National Assembly have been so curtailed, so held by the arm of government, which is the executive, that no action can then take place, which leaves us then with one option, the sovereigns. It requires that the sovereigns take action on their own motion to say enough is enough. We are going to start marching, writing recall letters, target one arm of government, and the first arm of government that can easily be targeted is the legislature. Recall all the members of parliament and say, we as the sovereigns want to represent ourselves. And the first action we are taking in representing ourselves is recalling all the members of parliament, clean or unclean. And then we are going to have no parliament at this point in time until the point where we have enough confidence of electing people who are going to have the best interests of the nation at heart. I wish to rest on that.
Okay, thank you. Before political channel, I don't know what I'm pronouncing properly, comes in. Chairman, you asked me a question, and I want to answer that question, even though it was a long time ago. Let's remind ourselves what the question was. How are we going to get Ruto out of power? Yes, we have tried. People have said, but I challenge any Kenyan who is breathing the same air atmosphere here in Nairobi, or Sigoi, in Kiambu, Nyeri, and anywhere, who tells me that his life has been better since dictator Ruto came in. If you think your life's better, I challenge you, come to this studio and tell us how your life's better. And let me answer you a question. For me, my president, Uhuru Kenyatta, I still is my president. He's the president ever. He's the best president in this country ever are. And I'm telling my friends, whether you like it or not, you can talk of Kibaki. I don't care about Kibaki. Uhuru was one of the best presidents ever. I think he's back. I'm telling you, if Uhuru and right now, Raila Odinga, if they say Ruto has to go tomorrow and they mobilize people, it will go. But that one, of course, it might bring a lot of some bloodshed. We don't want to go that way. Here's what I feel. Our
Robert.
Yeah, just
Robert.
hold on. Let me just finish, Mr. Rara. Let me just finish. Our constitution says very clearly that we, the people, we own this government. So the best way we can remove Ruto is our people to rise up and say enough is enough to this empty suit who's seated in Sigoi right now, lying to people, and say, you know what, we go Sri Lanka way. We have talked this one before. And let me say this way. If people from the mountain, we keep on paying you. Do you know why? Because Ruto thinks that he owns the people from the mountain. That's what he thinks. If the people from the mountain, like Rada said before, they can rise up, Ruto will be gone, because that one would spread the whole country. First of all, we are approaching the month of January, when we know most parents will be having some difficulties, even to raise some school fees, and some of these taxes and other things, even to take their kids to school, even universities. That's the time when our people can come up and we pay. We say we cannot continue doing this, even no students going to school, no teachers going there. We go civil disobedience and we bring him down. This man is not the right man to lead our country. He has to go. If we give him another 3 years, I'm telling you, Kenya is going backwards. And let me tell you one thing. I was watching this guy. He was answering some questions when the media was asking some questions. Did you see, in case you have watched, did you see how he's a liar? This guy's a liar. Did you realize how he lies to people? Even the way he was answering some questions. Let me leave it there, but he has to go. Let me give it to political channel, or then from there we have fight for you are right. Political channel, do you want to have raised before you come in, because she's the only one who just came in first. We hear what she said, and you can come in.
Yeah, nitaomba tu Jeremani hold hiyo thought yake kidogo.
Yes.
We allow fight for your right.
Yes.
Hata mi sitaki kucommunicate. I don't want, because we still have like another 2 hours here or 3 if you people you want. So let's allow fight for your right, then tulete Jeremani tena. Maybe Jeremani you can also extend the scope to West Africa. I would like to hear your opinion about West Africa regarding the same manipulation. So can you try to think about that? Maybe if it is possible to extend the scope to West Africa or East and South Africa is what you are concentrating. Can you try to extend your scope a little bit? Think about that. So
Okay.
fight to the right. Go ahead.
Just okay. Just before it comes, Rara, I know you were there, man. Rara, I'd like you to come back so that you can ask me your question, so that I can answer your question. Please, you can come in. I see you just went out. I'm waiting for you because I think you had a question for me, and I'm ready for it. Fight for you, for your right. Go ahead, Mom. Thank you for coming to the show. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been listening, and I just decided to come in, even though I'm a bit held up somewhere. But I just wanted to talk because I've been in town, and maybe Roba, you say you are around. I'm telling you, Ruto has just gotten the ground in this way. Any building, you see these security people, this private security, all those people are just speaking one language, Kalenjin. He has gotten the ground. And most of police officers are Kalenjins. He has just held us. And you can say nothing, nothing. Even on the streets, wherever you can see 1 or 2 people passing, the next persons are Kalenjins. They are actually on the ground. Well, the ones who keep on talking around, maybe Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Deep down, they don't want him to go. Deep down, believe me. And they are actually laughing. They're just saying, wacha waongee watachoka. Let them talk. We are provided tuko kwa kiti, hakuna kitu.
What about the state? They don't mind of the country falling na hakuna chakula, hakuna chochote. They don't mind the state of the country. To them, kiti ndio what matters.
Nimekuambia, they don't care. These people don't care. I was there. In fact, hazina towers. Wacha niwaambie, hazina towers. Immigration. If you don't see one tribe, ninio, moja moja, one, ndio Wakikuyu. But Kalenjins wako en masse. And I'm telling you, private security, private. This is not for government, private, those private ones with uniforms, they are there. And then there was a time Moi used to bring us people who are just walking. I mean, you could not talk about him. And if you go start talking about him, already somebody, you'll just be caught. You don't know. I don't know how you used to call them, but those people are there already now. They are there. You can't even check on your shoulders. Believe me, they are there. That is why people are even more scared now. People are more scared. If you want, Njiru, send somebody to any building in town. Any, ile inakuwa guarded. You tell me if those people are not Kalenjins. And they don't care. They don't care. He is actually on the ground. Kabisa. Kabisa. And even in my shop here, uniforms, they come to buy uniforms. They are the ones. To good schools, let me tell you, to good schools. It has reached up to that far. It is so hard. I don't know how he'll come out. I don't know. I just don't know. He's on the ground, kabisa, with the people. And some are just sent to say that we don't want him so that they hear what people say. Na wanarudisha maneno. That is what is happening. Even here at Candida, I'm sure kuna watu kama hao. tumeisha, maybe God, Mungu ashuke.
Fed for you are right. Let me tell you something. If there's somebody who comes to spy on us here, there's nothing you can do about us. We are a democracy. We cannot let anybody just come. If there's somebody here comes, let them come head on. We speak and let him win. Let him win on this game of we exchange. They tell us what they have done about it. Now, I could let everybody, but the whole population, if everything goes south from the mountain, all the way from Nyanza, it comes from northeastern, from coast, they cannot win. The few people only want to matumbo, vile wanasema matumbo. And I think what you are saying, that point, I've seen it myself, and I was even asking the same thing. What's going on here? I've seen it. And what you are right, just on the point. You are right. That one, I give it to you. But at the same time, that one, like Laida said, if more you are stopped, who is this dictator? The most dictator, the person who comes and tells us that our people are going to quote that their people are betraying the country. How? Go ahead, fight for your right.
Ni kuongeza pia kamoja fight for your right maybe I wanna spy watu, maybe just to comment about it you see kama wao ni wanaume and kama hata Mr. Ruto yeye mwenyewe, if he thinks he can have power in Kenya, aendelee na hiyo trajectory yako nayo mwaka mmoja, and then come and tell me hiyo tu trajectory yako nayo asibadilishe. If he is that serious, aendelee mwaka ingine moja. People cannot feed themselves, people cannot go to school. Wacha aendelee, nione ni Mkenya mugani in our country who will be ready to walk naked, ana nguo, hajakula. I want to see aendelee tu hivyo, hata asibadilishe makodi, aendelee kuongeza, asibadilishe, tuone.
Anyway, we are actually in a very sad state of affairs. It is very true. People are suffering. It's true. It's actually true. And I don't know what will happen. I mean, if it's only one tribe against everyone, I mean, if we decide just to keep off everything, I mean, it won't work.
Fight for your right. Let's fight for your right. Let's put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Let us not say current versus the other. No. I mean, to me, I just feel like there are few individuals from that community, but most of the people are good people. They also, let us not forget, they have their democratic rights to do what they want to do. Let us not generalize the whole community as if it's just like current. I think that one is, if we go that way, we don't want to be people saying that. We have Karenjin friends. Some of us, we have married from Karenjin. I don't mean necessarily me. Some of us, we have some people from Karenjin who have helped us, even in this network. People who have just like also fighting the same man. Let us talk of the few individuals. It's like people from Ruoran, those who are betrayed rider. I just saw it when I was in Homa Bay County, just on Thursday, when some of them, I didn't even remember, like I said before, the MP was, maybe around that area, was also one of the people. People stood up and said, no, you can't do it. But I give you this one here. I give you this. Hii mambo ya ukabila ndiye inatutesa. Because you think that because your tribes ako president, adiye inakuletea chakula. Ikuletea kitu. Hata nguo hakuna. Let us be the truth. Unaona Sigoi right now. Mama, I don't know whether you have seen the images from Sigoi when you wameenda huko sasa Christmas na nini. But the thing from Sigoi for me is cartels. Unaweka mambo ya bendera. Oh, this from Ruto. Unaweka president name ya huko. Hii chakula imetoka huko. Sasa the next thing ni kwenda aende ambaye wana print free. Ndiye atawafungia na wasema yote inatoka kwa Ruto. Lazima ukuwe na handkerchief iko yellow before you print. I think that's what is left. But that man he has to go. Thank you, Mama. Just go ahead.
Thank you, Fight for Your Right. I think Number one, sometimes we can discourage people, okay? When we keep promising and we never deliver. Then we play to the talking too much. Ruto must go, but then we don't have a plan, okay? So, first of all, from my perspective, I don't think Ruto is hard to get rid of. It's very easy, okay? It's very, very easy. And that's why I stated that, first of all, we must overcome this thing called fear, because we fear the truth. We keep on asking, let him do this, and then he does it. And then when he does it, then we do nothing, and then next thing. So there are so many things that this man has violated, the constitution on, and keep on doing it. And all we can do is speak loud and angry and mad, and nothing else we are doing to demonstrate that we are serious. Why I'm saying it's easy, it's easier. At this moment, even if there's a civil war today, I don't think Ruto will have a troop to command that believes in him, that will say this man, if he gets the country, will save Kenya. People are opportunists. Many of the people are there because of money. People like Mudavadi and others. These are hirelings. So we must see that we have those that are willing to spill their blood. And that's why we must not fear, truth. We can handle it. And handling it means living by that constitution. Because we are talking, but we are not enforcing the constitution. We are not willing to pay for what we believe in. This is where the problem is coming from. And this is why when we talk about the mountain, coming down, and now that they're beginning to shift, I think there's a jittery on the Ruto side. So the things they are doing, my sister, they're doing is to get as many positions as possible. There's a list of different positions that they have as Kalenjian, okay? And to me, I don't think they believe that they're going to be there for a long time. I think they are trying to get as much power as quickly as possible. It's like mtu ana mwizi ameingia anataka kutoa vitu haraka haraka ili aende, because the shift is consistent away from let me finish my thought, is the shift from him is very consistent. Yes, there are people that want him to be there because they're enjoying the power. And those are the people that, whatever they get them from, giving them post, they're for Ruto. The question is the number there? And we, the people, have the constitution. And with people like Jeremiah, you see, there's a distinction between where we are now and then, long time ago, where the forces from outside the country would keep a leader. Okay, but with an awareness we have, I think.
Rara.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can you give fight for you, right? Because he was about to finish and you were supposed to come in. I'm listening to you, please, because he was
okay.
Yes, fight for you, please. Just finish and Rara will come back.
Yeah, another thing also I heard, I don't know how far this is true. It's about the parastatals. Those are like KICC. Somebody deeply just told me that it's him, it's the head of state who wants to buy them. And he wants to buy them through another name. So that even after he leaves the seat of the presidency, he still controls Kenya. I don't know how far that is true, Robert. That is why he's actually trying to say KICC is not making it, pipeline is not making it.
Fight for your right. Hii hata usiulizie. Hiyo ni ukweli hiyo. Hiyo ni ukweli.
Yeah, that's true.
That one I was told, I was shocked. I said I have to come here to let you people know that actually he's only exaggerating the prices, that they are low. He's actually just, making them look out kaput so that he may just come and buy them cheaply. Then he controls everything. Almost the whole of Kenya will be his. That is what he's fighting for. And that is where our monies are going. He is saving for these things. I don't know how much that, I don't know where the truth is there, but I said, maybe Njiru, you people, you can tell us. Okay, I only have that for now.
Okay. Okay, political student, you are next. Hey, Mr. Rada, you can come in if you are there. Just come back. Now you see she has finished. You could have come in. Hey, political, what's going on, man, Mr. Njiro?
Yeah. Wacha ni comment hapo kidogo hiyo story ya parastatals. You see, what these corrupt and fugitive leaders do is they present a very strong case of how they want to help people. Niki tunataka kusema hapa. They usually present a very strong case of how they want to help people. But the truth of the matter is that they have no platform. Go and listen to Hitler's speeches and the way he was galvanizing German people in the 30s. Whatever he was telling those people, they could believe him like a drug. But hakuna kitu jamaa anaenda kufanya. He is just balkanizing them. He is organizing people to go and kill others. He is organizing battalions to go and attack other countries. But he brought them on an agenda through a very serious program, propaganda. So, Mr. Ruto will present a very strong case of how those parastatals are making losses. But the same Mr. Ruto will not tell you after those parastatals have been bought, you do not have a surety. Like for your information, KQ is not wholesomely owned by Kenya yote. It is partially. KQ has a private stake in it. How comes KQ has been making losses even with that a portion of privatization of it for the last close to 20 years? So you do not. There is no guarantee that if you privatize an organization, you will make profit. First of all, let's remove that thing from our mind. Wakenya lazima muache kudanganywa. History ati for your information, there are some countries like China has no privatization. All those companies which you see in China, which are even going to take development in other countries, they are national. China uyi. 1 minute.
Yeah, meanwhile, political channel, I think I should step in. I'm one person who have been saying here about private sector before you continue, Mr. Political. So I think it's not to private those companies. The problem we have, who are the people going to buy? Are we going to have a mechanism where that's it. The government cannot run anything. Let's be sincere on this one here. We have seen, you see, Equity. Equity is private. It does very well. National Bank was owned by the government. It is corrupting. Yeah. Tuangalie hii inaitwa post bank and everything, and look at the private. We know the government cannot run anything. But the thing is this: where was this man when he was our vice president? He never said, "Oh, let these companies go private." Where was he? He was nowhere to be seen. But now when he has power, and that's why I think fight for your right, you are absolutely right. This man wants to compete with Uhuru Kenyatta. he wants to compete with Raila so that he also owns. He wants to be the part of the conversation, politics of Kenya Wakati in the future. That's what he wants. And for him to be talked, he wants to acquire all these things through somebody. And that's why we cannot allow him to do it. The only way we can allow companies to go private, if there's a way, we know that right people are coming in, not him and his cronies, because he has all these cartels who he wants to bring and take the companies on his behalf. That's what he wants to do. And that's why he doesn't care whether the shilling is collapsing. He doesn't care. Or it's just like, you know what? Oh, we have made progress. The economy was on the grave. By the way, when was he a vice president? Alituambia that the economy was on the grave. Yeah? He never said anything. Why should we believe him right now? He's a conman. He's a conman who has to be stopped. And first of all, he has not even answered the way he won the election. He has not even answered. There's something here before political journey you continue. There's one thing I think where we are going wrong. Institutions to now. Institutions, Buddha Kapsa. Let us just get rid of them. The ESC, I don't know, you call them ESC, and this TCI. I mean, they are not doing their jobs. First of all, they could have investigated this man. And the way I would say it, I think it was Chermani or somebody else who said that we bring a political in parliaments, impeachment. It's not going to happen. Our MPs, the most useless parliament we ever had in our country. Our members, Mataberi, all the members in parliament right now, my special from UDA, Bule Kapisa, useless. Wakisikia, who cares about them? You think they want to bring impeachment motion? Guess what happened? Muliangalia Meru. You guys go back to Meru County. I want you to have that picture, Muangalie. So Meru County, what happened was, remember when they wanted, our Kinana, they wanted to get rid of that governor, yeah? I'm not a fan of it. Guess what she did after she went back? Now he wanted signatures so that they go back. They go back to election. You know what they did? Governor, sisi tuko na wewe. Have you had them? Because you know why? They will be
Then somebody told her. Somebody told her, why don't you just sign out, get signatures so that they just go? She was just told. It was just a tip. Actually, she didn't know she could do that.
Now,
and when
you know
she said she wanted to do that, they said no, they were going to remain.
Now wanaanza kukimbia hapana, gavana ni mzuri na nini. Hii tumbo na pesa. That's where we go wrong. Yes. Hiyo tu. Political camera, go ahead, or Germany can come in. One of you guys.
Wacha niongeze point ili Jerumani akuje pamoja na mama. I want to punch on the parastatals. First of all, for your information, in Kenya there is no any successful private sector, and I want people to either disapprove or approve that. For your information, if a company or an institution has not finished 100 years, don't go to boast to people that this company is successful, including Equity Bank. We will only know that Equity Bank is a successful bank after succession. We cannot say that this company is good and you have not seen how succession of that company has gone. How are the heirs, inheritors of that company? How do they do? Like, for example, the country which we have inherited from our ancestors, how are we handling it? So unless you're able to connect to that, that's why, like, for example, like if you look like the US, Rockefeller, Rothschild, all those companies have continuation. They have a roadmap of how those companies, Walmart.
Njiro, I have a question for you. Is Equity Bank a parastatal or is it a private?
Whatever I'm talking is the parastatal or private. That's what I'm dealing. So what I said is that including Equity, I said it is not successful because we will know the success of Equity after 1 year.
Let me ask you a question right there. Like, you see, what we are talking about is the way it's working, succeeding without government interference. The reason why we are saying is that look at Mumias or Sony or Nzoia. What they do is these politicians, they take money there, then wanaenda yuma wanatoa your pesa, unaona? Then they come and say there's no money. But that one, you can't do it on a private sector like Equity, even some Safaricom, and some of these companies which have, at least you can just say they have succeeded. Even let's think of even some Indian companies, even some Indian banking companies here in this country, they are doing okay. Even the so-called what was before Packers, now the student in Chinagani, I can't even. I know my father has an account there, so it is doing better. That's what we mean. We are use them as a model
because they have done succession. You see what is happening. Yes. This blanket sheet of where we are saying if you privatize something, it will become successful, and that lie has been sold to Kenyans, is what we need to stop. There is no guarantee of success even if you privatize. There is no guarantee. You can privatize and still idiots are there. So there's no guarantee of success. Success is management.
Hey, when you go private, give them to their own thing.
I think
through a system.
Robert,
when they go through the system, what just give me a second. What I don't want to see is mambo ya government. By the way, I was just coming from the airport. Unajua mtu anakuambia hii ni government, nipatie 100 nikufungulie upite. You know, that's nonsense. We don't want to see such a things. We want things, a private company without no government interference. That's how we succeed. Hii makambani yametoka nje. Things like about Kappa, like now we have what's that? We have companies coming here, eBay. We have all these companies coming from US companies, from Europe and other places coming to Kenya. Are they coming to Kenya? They come there as an individual. It has nothing to do with the government or where they come from. That's what we want. Hii mambo ya kusema kila kitu. You know, I had enough of this. Something has to start. Something has to start. That's the way we can build our country, through the private sector. The problem we have, we don't listen. We are so corrupt. Na hii imekuwa damu yetu mpaka watoto ambao wajasaliwa, maybe the next 30 years before they are even born, wanafikiri naenda kufanyia kazi serikali so that I can grab, and that one has to stop.
Thank you, Robert. And I agree. I agree 100% with you guys. But me, this is where I want you guys to answer me. Do we, if we're going to privatize, assuming yes, we do privatize, do we? Should it be public records of, we are told who are these guys that are going to buy, the investors that we are being told of, KICC itanunuliwa na this investor. Can we have those names behind the investor name? And that is the biggest quagmire with me. So
can I say
assuming
something?
yes, okay, it's fine. We want to sell KCB or we want to sell KICC. Can we be told who is the one that is buying, and can it be public document?
Can I say something? I think the debate around privatization is misplaced. Do we think government entities should be privatized? Privatized? Yes, but we have to know why we are doing it, and how to do it, and when to do it, and who to do it. We have not, basically, we shouldn't even discuss that right now. I'll give you an example in the US. A school like Harvard is private, but joke around with it, Congress will be after you. And now they are trying to pressure the president to step down. Why is it that way? Because there's a dealing with the government, and there's an interest the government has on the school, The government work closely with the school. So even though they are private entities, but they are part and parcel of the system. In Kenya, to privatize some of these organizations, these entities at this moment, is to send them into Nyang'au's hands, because we don't even know the details of what is really happening. You see, countries like the US, when a government body is, let's say, a private body like auto industry, like GM. GM was having issues. They went through bankruptcy. The government stepped in to save
Lala,
GM
Lala.
and ran them into profitability. So we have to create a framework, first of all, how these things can be done. At this moment, no, we don't know who is buying them. And even when you're buying American into American company, there is always an involvement. You hear them refusing certain mergers because things have to be very, very clear. Okay, our lawmakers need to be informed. Communities, shareholders, and other entities are required to participate, including even right now, if a business open a company next to my house, the three levels of government will have to be involved: the state, the county, and the national government. All of them have a say, and the community themselves will meet as a community in this neighborhood to find out what is this company bring into our community, how they're going to improve our lives. So there
Reverend
is too
Lala.
much. There's a lot. Give me a second. There's a lot to be discussed. So we might talk about privatization of businesses, but I don't think we know what you're talking about at this moment. These people are just thieves. They just want to get these companies in the name of profitability, when actually they are selling them to people we don't even know. And these people who buy them can buy today and dismantle them and move to another country, because you have got no control over them. So, and again, Ruto has gone ahead to show how valueless they are by reducing their worth so that they can buy with his friends who are business registered out of the country, we have got no control over, and run. So no Kenyan, no any clear thinking Kenya should allow Ruto to sell these things. Under these circumstances, no. There are much more, a lot of things to be done before such sales take place.
Reverend Lala.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead. So
I want to ask you just 3 questions.
ahead.
Who bought Amazon?
What do you mean? Who bought Amazon?
Who's the owner of Amazon?
Amazon was not bought; it was created by an individual.
Okay, so who's the owner of Amazon?
Amazon is the owner.
Jeff Bezos, right?
Yeah.
From state of Washington.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who has Facebook?
Yes. Names are there.
Michael Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah, the young man.
Yes.
Yeah. Twitter.
The Twitter was just bought recently, of course.
Yeah.
By the guy who owns the
South African guy. Yeah, it's got it.
The guy was born in South Africa.
Actually, who was the owner of Equity Bank, Kenya?
Mwangi, supposedly one of them.
Yes. Who was these malls that are coming up? Who the Two Rivers and everything? Who's the owner? I'll tell you because I know that's recent. Chris Kirubi, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So there's a name behind everything.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How comes you don't have a name behind these investors that we are being told that they are coming in? Uh, you know, the investor that we have to sell them to an investor. How comes we don't have names behind it? And by the way, I can ask you. We can move on. I can ask
That's
you.
why
Petty
that's a good
Aviation,
question.
Petty Aviation, Wilson. We know that was be what we understand. That's fine. It's not
Kenyan
because
love,
that.
you don't want to
So
go too
how
far.
comes we don't want to get that? We're being told investor. Who is an investor? If you're, can we have these names? Because this is a public institution that as public we are supposed to be involved in. And Kenyans, I'm asking you guys, all of you here, this is
Allow me a comment.
this is ours. This is our parastatal. When Uchumi was going down, yes, we need to know who's going to buy, who bought it. Then we are told Roba bought it for 17 million. So now we know it's with Roba. Now, Roba, how much are you gonna give us? How much are you buying it for? Or what deal did we make? Are you gonna be every profit that you make, you're gonna give a little bit of a little bit of something back to the Kenyan because it came from the Kenyan. It came from me, Mato. It came from everybody. So now we need to know who it is. When you keep on talking about investors, people who are investors are coming in. That is where we end up in doing Langata Primary School, where you hear it's an investor and then you're given a name of a sing.
Mato, let me tell you something here,
You
guys.
see,
How many companies we have coming from China, but when you go the root of it, they went to lie, and you get it owned by Kenyans here. That's how far corruption has gone. That's how far the cartels have gone. Let's take it simple. Brookside. We know it's our family wants Brookside. It's working and it's creating employment. Achip. We know Raina, and they've been there for a long time. Imagine there was somebody behind it. It's working, it's getting employment to the people. So that's we have a model we have to use. We have a model. But huyu jamaa anakuja anatuambia, oh, everybody just sell. Hiko kwa sell. Hiko kwa sell. At the end of the day, itaenda for only one tribe. I don't want to mention it. You can guess who.
Tunauzia nani? Kwani kuna mtu anauzanga kitu na ajui anauzia nani? Si ni yetu.
No, what's happening in Kenya right now, and I can tell you with confidence, and that one even the member of parliament told me, let me tell something. I'm not going to mention them. He said what they are doing right now, some of these CS from a certain tribe, I don't want to name it, all they do is they disappoint the plant. All the money you are hearing, all the scandals, money disappearing, going what, that money is the same money which is going to be used to buy these things. The same money. We are fools. It's men go around. Your money comes
Allow
and
me.
what?
Allow me to comment.
Yes.
So, on privatization, and allow me to recognize the presence of Fight for Your Right. On privatization, one of the first things that I would wish to comment on is that privatization comes about when, especially of government-owned assets, comes about when it has been established that the point at which government runs that particular facility is always going to be at a loss, because government by design is supposed to be providing services. But parastatals are allowed to generate profits to sustain treasury activities. So you make a profit as a parastatal, these profits go to the treasury. And that is ideally what is supposed to happen. But in the instance where it is established that the parastatal is no longer making profits, the parastatal is ever going back to treasury to generate its capital to run, then we find ourselves in a situation where we start questioning the viability of that parastatal. Now, the viability of the parastatals in this instance has been put forward as the case for privatization. And when the president spoke about a company, an organization like the Kenyatta Convention Center, he said that it has made 30 million profit. And media reports later came and said, hold on, government audits actually indicate that there have been profits upwards of 900 million. And this is the point I'm making. Number one, isn't that evidence enough for a petition to Parliament to institute an impeachment motion against the president? Number one, if it is proved that the figure 30 million is not true, then the next question should be, were you lying to the nation? But that's another matter. Currently, we're addressing whether the privatization is the issue. And then the question should be, if this company is actually, organization is found to be viable, why was it being presented to the nation as an unviable asset that ought to be privatized? And the basic premise here is that the trust levels with the current government, as far as privatization goal, is at a very low level. And being at that low level, then it doesn't warrant trust to initiate privatization moves. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Me personally, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't agree on if you're going to privatize and you're selling it to a ghost somebody, we need to know who is buying it. If it's Bill Gates, tuambie ni Bill Gates ndo ananunua. If it's Mato, tell me it's Mato ndo ananunua, because it's our public thing. It needs to know. We need to know who's going. If kama nana kununua uchumi, say this guy Mato amekuja, just the way that we had that oil thing with Njeri wa Mafuta, where she can't even I mean, I don't even understand where she got 17 million when she can't even speak pure
Kenya
English.
Kenya
Yeah.
Nizal, hebu nikuulize, how do you decide the ones to sell? And you know some institutions are also security matter, like Kenya Seed Company. How do you sell Kenya Seed Company? Is that one not a national threat? Like, who do you consult? Even if Kenya Seed Company is making losses, do you sell it?
No, some of these things are national security. You're right. You're very right. Thank you for bringing that. I didn't want to bring that, but you're very right. Yeah, some of these things that they're trying to sell, they're national security, bana. Hey.
And also, let me say this, that there's this fallacy that whenever we give a company to the private sector, they're going to make money. There are those that have been the opposite. Okay, it's just good management. It is of course good to have things in the private, because they can make money. People own them, but let's say China, a lot of this money coming from China corporation we're dealing with, this are government. Europe is very socialistic in terms of the economy. It is a lot of government backed, whether they are KLM, whether they are British Airways and others. These are companies that are running very well, yet they're government corporations. So good leadership, good governance does not mean they necessarily they'll fail. If they have those good people, they'll be successful. So not all of them should go, because that's the argument they're giving, that maybe things are going to get better in the private world. That's not true. And I'll give you an example of General Motors. General Motors was losing money, and Congress had to come in, pump in money, selected a leader to run on behalf of the government till it became profitable before they returned it back to the private sector. So this bad governance and stealing is the problem. If we can get things working well, even when we take them to the private sector, they'll be profitable. If we keep them in the government side, they're going to be profitable. So this idea that we have to be taken to thieves to thrive, no, that's not always been the case. Thank you.
Where's our lady? Whoever wants to come in, come in. Mimi hakuna mtu amenijibu who is buying this, and who's the private, who's this? Hiyo kitu nataka munijibu sana. Who's this private investor?
Hebu nijaribu.
Kenyan withdraw, yeah. You see,
whoever can come.
1 minute. Wacha tu nichangie hapo. You see, the person who is buying is not important because hao watu washafungua visa. Kuna kitu nataka mshikanishe hapa, na nataka muangalie chronology of events. We want to privatize, then 2 weeks Kenya will be a visa-less country. So let's allow everybody to come to Kenya. Hao watu ndio watatumika like those people will come to Kenya and they will open companies. Hao watu after kufungua companies,
Jiro ni mkora kabisa. Sasa umeshikanisha na nini? Na open visa.
Yeah, those things are connected.
You know, not necessarily, not necessarily. People want to, in business world, they want to make money. And as long as they're making money, they'll come in and get whatever they want. And if they find another place, giving them more money, they go there. So you can't control them. And that's why even the so-called models like the US, they are very stringent on who is buying what in the country. They go through a stringent, process before you're allowed to buy into any corporation or any business. That's why when Twitter, before it was sold, there was not a meeting in Congress. They had to decide, they had to vote before they could let American corporation to be taken over by another corporation. It's not just a simple thing like what Ruto is wanting us to believe, to do. This is fact. Read American laws and see how companies change hands. It's not easy at all. And so, and look, even the voting, not anyone can put money into American election to buy, the election, and there's a amount of money you are allowed to give, okay, for electing, for campaign money. Because the idea is to kind of control the influence or power. And what a better way to take over your nation. Germany gave us a beautiful example of Londro, how influential and powerful they are, how they may have been responsible for people like JM's death and others. And these are the ways they come in. They buy, companies. And so this money, so Mato, you're correct. Who are people who are buying this? I know they are venture capitals. They go to some of these islands, set up companies, start buying different companies. Because we don't have the power to know what is going on. So we let our corporation go into the hands of thugs. So there's a lot that need to be known. That's why nothing should ever be allowed to be sold under these circumstances. If we want to change laws, to make laws that would govern how corporations can be privatized when they are necessarily, they need to do that. But under these circumstances, it's not. I don't know any industrial world that follows the pattern that Ruto is trying to put in place. To just dispose precious money. And remember, this is our money. And this is why I think Kenyans, we must act fast. It's almost like somebody is robbing your house, terrorizing your family, and inside your home, and you're saying, just wait, things will change. And somebody's getting raped in your house. Somebody's stealing your stuff in your home. Try to imagine this is your property. This is our land, and the wrong guy is having havoc. And then you're saying, just do it when you're done. It's irrational too for us to be able to sit on the side. So it is important for us to use whatever is available. I'm sure if Kenyans say today at Wendi Kazini, atunui kitu, it will take 2 weeks or less than a week. The government will fall. It will fall automatically because we have the number. But we don't want to use it because we are afraid of truth. Kenyans are afraid of truth. We put demarcation, and this is where we're going to end. This is how we're going to do A, B, C, D. And then Ruto does exactly even worse. Then we talk about it for a day, and then you go to another one, another one. I don't know how many things. Maybe Jeremiah should be able to give us in chronological order. Since Ruto came to power, every day we should be having some kind of a list of events, things that the violation that he has done. Maybe that could convince us to step forward and demand what we deserve.
Thank you, Lala. I know Njiru, hold on just a second. I know Njiru alikuwa ameenda kwa trajectory fulani, and I think it's good that we hear kama Njiru alikuwa anaenda, and then we bring fight for your right. Najua jongea, lakini kuna trajectory nilikuwa nataka kusikia Kanjiru. Kuna mali alikuwa ameenda, alikuwa take off. Tumemshikia huko karibu tumemshikia huko akienda ku take off. Kuna mali alikuwa ameenda. Najua. Let's hear Jiru. Kidogo. Wacha Njiru apandishio ndege kule alikuwa nafika, and then we turn down to fight for your flight, and then we go back to Jeremani, and then we come back to Roba in that order. We still have enough time, so mtu asijaribu kuona ni kama tunafunga. So Njiru, ebu rudi huko kwenye ulikuwa unaenda. You are about to take off. Ulikuwa umekuja ukiwa mkali.
The beauty of today program, we have people like Jeremani who are safe talkers, and then we have wajeuri kama sisi. So allow tu jeuri yangu, just allow me to overthink. And I want to begin with Atur Magarian and Atur Sagasian. Now, the day when we hand Atur Magarian and Atur Sagasian, assume we do not have requirements for visas. How many of those people could have operated in the Kenyan streets? To the extent we can even migrate the whole of Armenia. They came from Armenia. We can migrate the whole of Armenia to Kenya. We don't need visa. Remember, visa requirement has a lot of concealment in it. It has a lot of bottlenecks which can actually even prevent your journey. So this is what I want to connect these two events. Ruto has said we have to sell parastatus. Now, what is usually the easiest way? Remember, you cannot use your cronies in your country to own those installments, because people might know. What do? I need to make friends in Nigeria. I need to make friends in Liberia. I need to make friends, and more so, I need to make friends in countries which are not doing well, countries which have thugs, countries which are not good. Colombia. look at where these guys are going. And that's why I want you people to start connecting these things. Colombia is a drug thing and the cartels. Nyinyi munaambiwa na mtu anaenda kufuata kahawa. Kwa poleni. I'm trying to peer something. Unajua mtu anapanda ndege kwa nchi yetu akituambia anaenda story ya kahawa. But somebody like me sioni kahawa. What I know in Colombia, me I know about gangs, na vitu zingine. So definitely hawatasema tu ameenda kuona hao, but that is the main thing there. So what I'm trying to say here is that now, after this guy, now they go in all these criminal countries, they now come and tell us we don't need visa. What does that one mean? That one means Colombian gang only need to look for air ticket, which they have by the way. The fact that you don't need a visa in Kenya, it means a Colombian gang can now even have headquarters in Kenya by default. It means the Axe gang of Nigeria, a very bad gang in Nigeria, and the Axe gang. The Axe gang of Nigeria can have its headquarters in Nairobi. But now, these people will need financing. And remember, these people are very good in making countries ungovernable and taking power outside the people. And they are also very good in ring-fencing power to specific people and individuals. And that is the concept which Ruto want to use to govern that Kenya perennially. So, open the visas, allow those gangs to migrate or to have safe havens in your country. Then these people, as they come in the country, also give them opportunity to own some of the infrastructure through your name as proxies. So what it means is that all these paradoxes are connected. Now we open proxies to come to Kenya through open visa, and as we open this thing through open visa, we also now privatize all these companies. So by default, Kenya will be transferred to people who are not Kenyans, and Kenyans will be run by guys who are not Kenyans, and the people who will be benefiting are the 21 guys. The 21 guys, that is the ministers and Mr. Ruto himself and Gachagua himself. No, na by the way, wamegawana dunia, wamegawana. Rigathi Gachagua amepewa Central America and the portion of America. Ruto amepewa Europe. Wamegawana by the way dunia. Some have been given Australia. So we are being auctioned to everybody, and they have shared. When the utakuwa unaokota hii, Mulkomen has been given China. Mulkomen is auctioning that to anyway, wacha nisiongee hii maneno. But these things are connected. The history of visa, it was not by design. It was something to connect something else. They are connected. They are twins. Visa, selling of parastatals, carelessness, gang, all these things are twins. Just look through the periscope. I think Bwana Kenyan, with that you can be able to connect the dot, and Jeremiah can now come and overturn the story now.
Jeremiah, I think you've been challenged.
I have brief comments to make in that regard. And mine is not much. Mine is maybe a few questions to ask. Kenya with Love asked the question. We want to know the names of the people who are coming to make the investments. Kenya with Love, I think you also know that there was a time in Kenya when we started having bank accounts written as nominee for such and such, nominee for such and such. And that has continued to exist even today, where we have some shareholding in some companies under nominee numbers, so that even when a shareholders list is presented, you will see nominee for account number this and that as a shareholder, but not disclosing the name. We are likely to have a similar scenario even if we ask for names, because what will happen is that someone will say, this is the nominee for such and such, and the name is then, and the company is then registered outside of the country under different people's names, and then we are presented with a face that is not actually the ownership. It's easy, the point I'm making here is that it's easy to conceal ownership through layers and layers, as we have seen the Pandora Papers indicate to us. If we were to then proceed on the tangent that political genome is proposing, that some people have already earmarked which assets they want to come and grab. They've already lined up the people who are coming to take those assets. I find that very feasible, because if we had a government that Kenyans trusted, all these questions will not be raised. All these doubts will not be raised. But we are in an unfortunate situation where we have a government that majority of Kenyans do not trust. So the question comes, why are they still pushing this agenda? They're not trusted by the national psyche, but they still persist and want to see these initiatives implemented. Certain risks, as I said, come through. We may not see them immediately, but they're lingering there somewhere. There's a question that political genome posed, and he asked me to address the question of West Africa, because I'm concentrating so much on East, Central, and Southern Africa. I'm concentrating so much on East, Central, and Southern Africa because so far that is the material I've been able to gather that is pertinent to the Kenyan situation. I've made parallels with places like West Africa, but very cursory. So political genome, excuse me for now, because I may not have sufficient information to enrich our conversation or discussion in that regard. But so far, what I've been able to pick out is that, and this is still, if I may call it, work in progress, especially in the western side of Africa. Work in progress in the sense that there seems to be an awakening coming up amongst the formerly Francophone nations, that they have been taken for a ride for decades and decades, and they are starting to show their teeth and starting to reclaim their sovereignty, if I may put it that way. And maybe that's something that we can start taking stock of and making notes and lessons from. So in that regard, I have insufficient information to come to enrich the conversation, as I said, or as I mentioned. Finally, is it possible that some of these initiatives we are seeing and which fight for your right are pointed out, that someone comes to an office, listens to conversations, next thing you're being reported to another place, and people are now in a state of living in state of fear. These are the signs that were there when people like Hitler were beginning to consolidate their power, keep people in a state of fear, use the SS to scare people, use the SS to tell on people, let everyone be in a position where fealty is demanded of them. strong proponents of people who are strong enough, like political genome, will hold their own. But I can guarantee you there are people who buckle under that kind of environment of fear. And those are the ones that we actually ought to be looking out for and saying, how do we provide a safe environment for them to be able to exercise or share their perspectives without having to fear? That's the end of my commentary. Thank you.
Sawa, maybe kuna kitabu inaiva ya West Africa Let me give you that chance. Usimwage na maybe uja proofread ama nini, but ni sawa. Let's deal with the syllabus which is complete ya West Africa. Kama iko kwa jiko iendelee kuiva.
Asante.
One thing I like about Jeremani, I was really looking for a video for you. There's a video that there's a video I don't know kama kuna mtu akoneo video anitumia. I had it, sijui nilipotezea wapi. There's a video about some Ethiopians walipatikana huko hivyo, they are selling vitu na kwa shop na zikachomwa. Now do I support that? Not really, not necessarily really. Wakiulizwa mlitoka Ethiopia, yep. Mko South Africa, why are you here? The treaty says that if you're going to be a refugee, you go to the next country. I don't know if you guys have seen that video. So they were asked, which is the next country to you? They said, Kenya. Why didn't you go to Kenya? And they were, no, we didn't. No, we came here. Okay, which is the other country next to you? Somalia. And I didn't know there's a chapter that they quoted there. I can't remember right now. When you look at that, you look at the treaty of it, and I wanted to play that video so much so that you guys can understand the treaties and everything that happens. When you have, if you want to buy a land, maybe in the US, and you are a Kenyan, there's a couple of hula baloos that you have to go through for you to be even able to buy or to be a part of it. What is it that we are selling Kenya so cheap? I'm just asking you guys. Maybe come I'm wrong. I'm okay to be wrong. What is it that we are selling Kenya so cheap? Because me, Jeremani, I love your book. I mean, you've gone through all these things. You've gone through how the colonial and everything went back. You've done all these things. Roba, I know you know it. Njiru, I know you know it. And I don't know Njiru nini memfanyikia. Now flight for your right. You haven't spoken, but I want somebody to tell me what is this that we are selling and who are we selling to. Mi bado nimekwamia hapo. Please, kama kuna mtu anaweza ni explainia. I am still stuck at that point because the treaties that we've put together, the international law, the everything. You cannot sell anything to someone that you don't know. Or, and maybe in Germany you can answer me, is it possible? Or is it not matters national security that we are not supposed to know who we are going to sell to who and for what? Or 5 years from today, we're going to end up to where Anjeri is telling us that she only owns 1% of Anjeri export and import, whatever, her company. and the other 1% is also owned by Millennium, and then all of a sudden we don't know where the 98% is, but then she's also the sole managing director of that company. So are we playing games? Are we still stupid, or what is happening here? Let me see. I don't know where Njiru went, but flight for your right. Are you here? Flight for your right. Okay, Roba, can you answer that, or Jeremani? Whoever comes first.
Maybe let me make an attempt.
Go for it.
So in this situation where let me address the lady called Njeri and the fuel saga. When I first heard of Njeri and her fuel, I thought this is a lady who does import and export, and she's managed to clinch a good deal. And all of a sudden, some people want to snatch that good deal from her. Then twists started coming up when accusations were made that this is not her oil. And then I started asking the question, by the way.
And I'm sorry. As you move on, remember the sum amount is 17 billion, not million, billion,
Right.
and we don't
And
know her.
that's where I was headed. Then I started saying, by the way, how does someone start getting 17 billion shillings to import oil? And I started wondering, making comparisons, because 17 billion is almost county government revenue. And I said, how rich does someone need to be for them to have an equivalent of county government revenue available to them? And then you start asking the question, what kind of businesses does the person run for them to be able to afford those kind of that kind of capital to finance that kind of business? Then news comes over and says a parliamentary committee was putting questions to her and saying that the Kenya Revenue Authority certificate she presented was a forgery. Then one starts to ask the question now, and this one she denied and insisted that those are her documents. What I expected the parliamentary committee to do in the discussions they had, maybe I was not vigilant enough to pay attention to the full proceedings, but I expected to hear questions like, how many years have you been in this business? How much oil have you imported in the past? How did you finance those importations? How was the process then? How smooth was it? Why is it that this particular one has all of a sudden brought hiccups? The parliamentary committee also, in my view, as I said, unless I did not pay sufficient attention to get the full details, the parliamentary committee has not done a good job of addressing the details of the process and
No,
explaining who.
Jeremani, she actually, they did ask her those questions. I followed that when she was being questioned. Um, she was asked. She said she's the only Kenyan, but she's never taken any oil to Kenya, and she's the only Kenyan because that was a laughter thing that they started laughing about it. Also, if anybody, I followed every bit by it. If you can ask me any question, I'll tell you. If I don't have it, I'll answer you just like she answered at that time.
Okay, that's good information. So then it tells me that if those questions were not asked, what kind of accountability were they then seeking from her? Or were they going there with predetermined conclusions that they wanted to just put out in the air? Because I expected then there to be a very thorough question asking process to get to the bottom of the matter. In the end, it appears to me then that she still protests her innocence, holds her ground that this is her oil, and that there's some people in government who are trying to snatch it away from her. Then the question again I expected the parliamentary committee to answer was, when Murkomen and Chirchir or someone else said that that was oil meant for Galana, was
Germany.
Galana invited? Was
Germany.
Galana?
Germany. Can I ask you a question?
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Normally, when we are when we are less than Nani, Roba, when we are
Okay.
less than normally how I do the show, when we are less than
Mhm.
6 people, I
Yes.
like everybody to just have a conversation as long as we moderate ourselves. I don't moderate anything. But I wanted, before you come in, because I know, Roba, where you're going, I know you come in hard. Njeri has 1 share. Millennium has 1 share. I don't know where the other shares are. If there's just 1 and 1, the other ones you can tell me. But then, since now we are moderating ourselves, this is an open forum now until we get more than 6. I want us to, and Roba, I know you're coming in hard to answer Nani, but we can see Mami has come. So, tukifika mahali si tupatie
Yeah.
mam pia. Me, I'll
Okay.
just keep quiet.
Yeah, I won't be short. I just want to make a comment here. You guys are talking about parliament committee asking, oh, mama, vile pesa ilikuja. I want, let's go back. So you guys, now you have a confidence on this government or these parliamentarians or members, whatever. My question is, how comes when we had houses here a few miles from where I'm seated, yeah, by what was the name there? Yeah, but it was demolished kind of few months ago, Maboko. How comes we never had a committee? Because I wanted to hear a committee to come in and ask those people how they got their documents. Only this country where a government comes to destroy your house when the same government has given you documents. This is ridiculous. I mean, do you trust them? I want to see those members of parliament to sit down with the people of Maboko, because they're my neighbors, and ask them how did they acquire the land? How did they get the documents? Because most of them have title deeds, which were given by a Kenyan government.
Roba.
Yes.
Shikilia tu kidogo, please. Blocky Merry, Blocky hashtag Merry Christmas. Yes, you can join. Anauliza can she sijui kama ni she ama ni he. Can I join? Yes, you can join. Nimekuwekea link hapo. Tafadhali just click on the link, allow your device to allow ikukubali, just allow, and then you'll be here. Utaingia hapa, you can join immediately. So tafadhali, yes, you can join in and you can speak to Roba and you can speak to everybody on the studio.
Let me finish by saying this. When parliament or a committee of parliament, you see the problem is kwenda kuuliza maswali kupata some of the things for me is not enough. Okay, I want to go further. If the committees come, if I don't trust them, the government, if they have come and they have made a conclusion, someone is lying. Why can't they have a public prosecutor fight charges against the ready or whatever it is, anybody else who's just lying, fake documents, that's a crime, get arrested. From there, that one will never happen again. By the way, who's the owner of that? You mafuta. I want mwenyewe ni nani? Mpaka saa hii siambiwa mwenyewe ni nani. At the end of the day, huyu Ruto and his brothers, the so-called schoolmates, your mafuta belongs to them. Why is it that transport, energy, you know where I'm going, yeah? Why is it the ports of Mombasa? Mahali pesa iko, where the money is, you put your own tribemen there. Ruto should be arrested. Thank you, guys.
I was waiting for the question, Roba. I don't know if it was commentary or question.
Maybe I have a question.
No, I
for
was
you
just
before we break.
saying.
Yeah.
I was saying, Germani, if I'm pronouncing properly. When you talk of now, that does not have like we have confidence now. What when I do at committee from Parliament, nikakuuliza, how comes? That was my question. How comes when Mabogo was being demolished, houses down here, not far from where I am, how comes the committee never came up to tell me? Yes, or ask, where did those people get the title deeds? Because at the end of the day, the same government ambayo ilikuja kubomoa nyumba ndiyo iliyopatia hiyo fieti. So hii Kenya imekuwa Sodoma na Gomora. That's my conclusion.
And Robert, I'm with you on that one. By the way, I don't know how she walked out of that place. Come on, Adanganya. She should have been arrested at that point because she was under oath. Ebuka tu hapo, Robert. I'm coming back to you. Flight ulikuwa umetupotelea, sijui kwa nini. Kuja.
Anyway, nilikuwa nimeenda kuongelesha customer kidogo. Sasa about that lady, me I'm seeing this thing is Ruto thing, ni yake, because she was actually hiding. Anasema kuna vitu zingine zile lazima haizionyesha. Hizo ni nini? Mbona zisisemwe? There's something she is hiding, na ameambiwa wewe enda tu uongee. Ikifika hapa unasema because of security reasons siwezi sema, na akionyesha wale wanaona Ruto, wanashindwa waanze wapi. Unaona, hiyo mafuta ilikuwa ya Ruto and they gave her money, na hiyo pesa ilitoka treasury, si mnakumbuka ikisemwa, na zilikuwa ni pesa sijui gani. This lady, hiyo pesa ni ya Ruto, kila kitu amejua. Hiyo pesa ni yetu, na she was given afanye hiyo biashara. Usikii maswali zile aliulizwa zilikuwa maswali ngumu sana. Hizo maswali zilikuwa ngumu.
Mama, wacha nikuulize as a woman. Let me ask you as a woman. You are the woman on the panel. Wacha nikuulize. Did you hear the way they said she was tortured? Kutoka kwa lawyer yake. The way she went, as she was mistreated. Who has been arrested?
She was not tortured.
Remember what they were telling us, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember what they were telling us? Amanda, amewekwa, the way she was, they were, by the way, it's forced arrest, yeah? And she was taken to a place where she could not even use a bathroom.
Yeah.
Remember what they told us? Oh, that's torture. Who has been arrested? Don't you think Nathaniel Tuambia, he met with the Minister for Energy? Now, your Minister for Energy not even deny. So where does this investigation take us? At this point, you're Kenya. Yani kitu kinakuja something very bad, you don't see no arrests, you don't see no follow-ups, inaenda tu tena Wakenya wanasema ndio, that's the Kenya. Where are they? Even no, Raila alikuja akaweka moto. Then from there nianza
Roba, si hata Kabura alitembea alikatwalk na akatoka na milioni ngapi?
Mingi. Kwa kiondo.
That's the problem right there. That's a problem in this country.
No.
Yep.
That lady is their lady. That's all I can tell you. That lady is their lady. She was only put there. Unaona hata ako na lawyers, hajui kuongea. Anaulizwa hii kitu umesema umesha trade in kwa hii kazi ya mafuta for like close to how many years? Anasema ati ndio ameanza. Na ile ingine alisema sijui ilikuwa ni 20 sijui what. Sijui ni 209. Since 209. Since 209 hauna hata ninio.
Alisema mafuta alinunua kutoka Europe. Ndio alisema.
Yeah, but she has been in this work kutoka 209.
Alisema Russia alafu tena sijui ati bill of lading ikatoka kutoka sijui Europe.
Na hii license yake ni license ya Kenya, but it's working where? Inje. Hapana. Huyo hakuwa najua, alichanganyikiwa. Wamemweka hapo lakini alichanganyikiwa. Hakuwa najua hata ni nini anasema. She didn't know. Lakini hiyo ndio uizi. Hizi pesa zote ana generate anunue hata KICC, but these things are going to be bought under another name, even an outsider's name, but hii yote ni yake. Everything will be his.
Okay, before Chairman comes in, Kenya around me, Mama unasema ukweli kabisa. This is they are trying to make money by these corporations. Hiyo ambayo nataka kuhusu. The reason why I believe so is this. Kama huyu mama alikuja na hii mafuta, alitokea wapi? Hakuna mtu anatuambia mpaka saa hii ametokea wapi. Second thing, in fact, if we have institutions ambayo inafanya kazi, when such a thing happens, they could have come in very hard. Nobody's above the law. Because our constitution says nobody's above the law. They investigate and they get the bottom of it. That one never happened. And now, even before investigation is over, ama watuambie what's going on and what's going on, the same committee ndiye nakuja in as if committee they are people, they just come there, unajua wanataka kukaa wapate pesa yao, waonyeshe watu wameuliza nini na nini, then from there is the end of the day. So what's after? That's where
Rumba, my brother.
Yeah.
You're in Machakos right now, right?
Yes.
If you had 17 billion, not million, billion, are you sure I would not know you?
Of course.
If you had 17 billion to just use,
you know why? You know why?
Change. Are you sure I would not know you? Mimi nakujua kwa sababu tumekuwa hapa hivi pamoja na wewe. Lakini are you telling me that if you had 17 billion singekujua?
You want some part of Kenya economy? Yeah. Una want some Kenya economy. Now unajua, by the way, najua siku hizi what I came to realize, ukifanya end small transaction, hata rand transaction, ikiwa pesa nyingi, you know what they do? The money before you transfer to somebody, you have to prove where you got that money and why you transfer. For me, which is a good thing, but my question is, where was this transaction when it was taking place? They could have followed the same procedure. Ambayo watuambie hii pesa ilitokea wapi? I was interested. Yet, can you imagine at 17 billion, nobody can tell us where it came from? Nobody. Which bank? Benki gani? Benki gani? Yeah? Kama hii ingekuwa FBI, I think Ruto would be in chair right now. Seriously.
Lakini ni mkora tu, ni mkora. Lakini mkora ndiye ako kwa kiti. Ni mkora. Hatujui vile atatoka, hatujui. Maybe ni miracle. Roba ni miracle.
The problem is our people. The problem is our people.
watu wako on the ground hapa, watu wao aki
No,
they are on the ground
let me
and
tell
they
something,
are hata
Mama.
hao, you see, unaona vile mnaweza tembea nyinyi wote mkitembea mkisema this must happen, this must, they are just among there, they are also there, but deep down they are okay.
Sasa
That
they
is
are
what it is.
okay. Now, well, sasa, what does he give them?
Si
They are
yeye
like
jioni anakula vizuri, jioni anakula vizuri.
how?
Wewe umeongea, nani atakupatia jioni? Hakuna. They are okay, they are on payroll, by the way, they are on payroll.
Okay, let them put the whole committee on payroll. Akitaka kufanya wacha afanye hivyo, then we see what happens. That's not the way you run economy.
Yeah.
For me, as a Kenyan, as somebody who understands how these things work in the other side of the world, this man had a chance. When he came in, he had a chance. Tulisema hapa, Mr. Njiro, if you remember, tulisema this guy vile amekuja ameiba kura basi, lakini if he can build an economy, then from there people would forget about all these things and we will start kissing him to impress him. That's what we wanted. We want our people to benefit. Lakini amekuja nini? Amekuja na kifua. Instead, he has come to destroy the economy. Do you know what? He wants to grab all the money. He wants to grab all the money. Yes.
Roba, hujasikia akisema who told you I want second term? I'm not working to get a second term.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why anachukua yake saa hii. Ana time.
That's why institutions in this country, they are not working. Mataberi. What Mataberi?
Wote.
Maybe Chairman can come in also, just say something.
But wacha niulize, army inakujanga at what time? When does the army come in?
Forget about the army. Those are puppets. Matu nipe kitu yangu sasa, nataka ni comment.
Wacha nipatie Njerumani alafu kuja haraka. I mean, please. Alafu tuanze kuchapa, na msijaribu nisione mtu amejaribu kutoka hapa. Tunafunga pamoja, please. Mnafanyanga matope. Njerumani, come in. Kama kuna mtu bado, I think we still have enough time, alafu tuanze kufanya closing remarks. Sisi wote will do the closing remarks na tufunge pamoja. Tafadhali, venye tuko. Njiru, after Njerumani, straight to you.
My comments in this one are very brief because I was just trying to add questions, but I was trying to get answers from the discussion between Roba and Fight for Your Right. So my only question at this point, I'm trying to get an answer to is walikosania wapi in the end, so that Njeri is still going to parliamentary proceedings and using lawyers to get her right. Have they not agreed that oil was not yours, stand down? Where have they not agreed, or where was the point of departure?
I think that one is what should be answered by the ESC, if that's how they are called, or the DCI. They should tell us what was the investigation about. This is a country, even since the USA, the embassy bombing, tuliambiwa, tunafanya, even terrorists, wamekuja, wamebomb, tunaambiwa, we are doing investigation. Which investigation? Mpaka saa hii, how many investigations have we been waiting? Tell me which investigation ever somebody tell you, sasa this is the hii ndio tumetokea matokeo. Not in hii inchi bwana. Hii you get killed right now hapa.
Nataka kutuambia sasa ati tuko under siege.
This
tuko under siege.
It's not a government.
Tuko under siege.
This is not a government tuko nayo bwana. Hakuna kitu hapa. Hakuna kitu. There's nothing here. Hakuna kitu hapa.
Anasema siege hata bila aibu. Ati siege. Those people are siege. Hata fikiri hana second thought. What did I say? We are under siege.
Wacha niwaambie. This country ukipata madaraka, you are getting your monthly money, unapata security, and you can grab, they don't care. You can't even don't even try. Don't even try. Yeah, they don't answer your questions. Nothing. There's no safety. This country is no safety at all. They don't. Nobody cares.
Robert,
They don't
you know,
value human life.
Robert, you know, Jeromani is a scholar, so I don't know if he understood what we said when you said under Sieke. Jeromani, did you understand what actually happened there when we said under Sieke?
Of course.
By the way, what's Sieke? What's Sieke? Let me know.
Under
Siege
siege.
ni siege.
Under siege when
Siege.
what was his name?
Oh, we are more than that. We are more than my friend. Yeah? Hii country ambayo you go in front, unaona polisi anakuja anasimamisha matatu, anakuangalia nakwambia enda, the matatu still there, another 1 hour anamwambia lazima utoe. What else is that? You don't have freedom. Yeah? We have freedom, we don't have it. It's corruption and cartels. That's what's running this country. As simple as that. If we think we are lying, let somebody come and tell us, you know what, we are wrong. Tell us we are wrong. Angalia all these vichano unaangalia from town mpaka wapi mitaa. Yet something I used to kuona watu wanaenda michengo. You see people coming chioni wamechoka. Sahi watu wana. Yeah, this is a very bad state right now. Huh? Even if like somebody tell us
Ebu acha
people
tusikie Njiru naona akiumia hapa. Njiru, come in. Kwanza utupatie Sieke.
Wewe nipe kitu yangu ni kabla niende sasa.
Aya, cheza kama wewe.
Njiru tupatie Sieke ya civil war.
There's something I want to comment. You can play the 3 minutes only. You don't need to play the 6 minutes. Then I make my conclusion.
Okay, you still want that clip?
Yes, there is something I want on it. It's very serious.
Okay. Okay, you guys watch this. This is from Njiru. Special request from Njiru. All right, here we go. What is that?
Germany should watch that.
I think he's there. He's watching. Hold on, just give me a second. Oh, oop, there we go. Njiru.
Taken internally, but considered to have great healing power. The operation is about to begin. The universe holds its breath at the audacity of man. No anesthesia here, no hypnosis, only the psychosomatic belief and faith in one man, the witch doctor. Opening of the cranial cavity is the most delicate of operations. Modern surgical requirements are 1 sterile nurse, 1 instrument nurse, 2 circulating nurses, not sterile, 1 anesthesiologist, the chief surgeon, his personal assistant, a resident neurosurgeon, the interning physician attached to his staff. Operating facilities, the low minimal requirements. Surgical lamps, sufficient power to operate. 1 tank medical oxygen. Blood of the proper type and factor, 500 units. Opening time, approximately 3 hours, depending, of course, on lack of complication. Surgery varies. Closing time, 2 hours or more. After 3.5 hours, the patient is tired. She is given something to drink, some water. The witch doctor and his assistants take time out to wet their mouths with beer. They are as casual as their patient, all evidently sharing the same complete confidence in the skill of the witch doctor. The surgical team enjoys the beer. The patient is given some gruel called uji. Obediently, the
Njiru,
patient
niambie
resumes
ukiwa
their position for the
mahali
continuation of
utafika
surgery.
unataka nizime.
Skull surgery. Trepanation in the outback. No oxygen, no surgical lights, no scrub nurses, no anesthesiologists, no neurosurgeons.
I think it's
Sanitary,
repeating now.
sterile
You carry on.
conditions.
Repeating.
And yet, the chances of survival, 96%. Better than in a London hospital. So say the old Africans. Europe, America, New Africa, they all know much, but understand little.
Okay, wacha ni mute uendelee.
Itoe.
Haya, endelea Njiru. Ulikuwa unasema nini?
Okay. That is the Kenya in pre-colonial time. They used to do head surgery. There are things I want to say, and umesikia even huyo commentator hapo anasema the success rate, and by the way, that is a serious head complication. 96% success rate, something which you cannot even get in London. So I want you to learn something from this, because we have been saying that all the time that Africa is a dark continent. There is nothing we can do for ourselves. What you have seen there used to happen in Africa. But we lost all that in the name of wanting to borrow everything. Now, even on governance, and that's the reason why I wanted to explain here, there is a perception which we always have that as Africans did not have anything. There is something we need to know, that even before this inherited democracy, we had our own systems which were working. And I don't know how big that time we were, or I don't think we were like Kenya, but we had our own system of governance. So what I'm trying to say is that the only way we can be able to solve our problems, we have to see our societal fabric. How do we connect as Africans, but not on anything borrowed? Anything borrowed, we will never understand it. And I wanted to explain here, even this democracy which we talk about, the European democracy, we have our own political system. We need to go there and we understand what we need. Like kama sai unaona, as we want to practice this democracy, we start balkanizing ourselves. We start having two tribes. They want to control our country forever. But even in the African society, we had solutions of how to equalize everybody. But it seems, hata kama ilikuwa story ya wizi ama chochote, we had solutions for that. So all what I was saying is that we have retrogressed. We have retrogressed. Nini?
Nashangaa tu we.
Ebu shangaa.
Guy, I've never seen that, Njiru.
Yeah, those things used to happen in Africa. Watu walikuwa wanapasuliwa vichwa na maugonjwa, na huyo mtu hajafanya hata scan. Huyo mtu mbona akipasuliwa kichwa, there is no scan, there is no image, there is nothing, and he will live for another 20 years. That guy, after that surgery, that guy lived for another 20 years. So that means sio hiyo surgery ilimuua. He lived for another, that guy, he lived for another 20 years after that surgery. And those were things. And then they used to, the commentator is saying they are calling the witch doctor. I think if those are the witch doctors, I need them. Unajua nyinyi tumefika level in Africa whereby Tumeharibu jina ya witch doctors sana. Amewaita witch. If those are the witch doctors, muwalete kwa wingi. I want to tell you what those guys have done. Even in Harvard it cannot be done. Even in Princeton you cannot get that. Wewe unaona visu vinatengenezwa na mawe, zinawekwa ukali na mawe, and that person will survive. So there is something in Africa we are not doing, and our fathers used to do, and they did not have this bullshit of problems we are having.
Let's say what you could have said, we had some foundation, we never built on it. That one could have produced, like, we build on that one, we come better, and we do better. That's what's lacking in Africa. But you talked of something like we had our own democracy and we ruled ourselves, we had some things. I give you that. But my question is, a country like Ethiopia, it got independence by itself, the way, I mean, it was not kind of, I don't know what happened. But you see, Ethiopia is not even stable. That's up. Generally, we Africans, we are stupid. Let me use that word, stupid. Do you know why? We were given the authority. We were given to rule ourselves. We were given that freedom. What did we do? We took advantage of it. We started colonizing our own Africans. We started taking advantage. The reason why I'm saying this, look what happened during our elections here. Remember that day when I'm just watching, do you know who on the table? Do you know where Chebukatu was defending him and the way he fed that power? It's because of some of these United States and other countries. If it was not the United States and other countries, that man could have not announced that itself. But because he felt protected, he felt that he has all this protection. That's what he did, And that one is a problem. That's a problem. We have never been had the freedom. We never had the freedom. And because we are the people, we are the problems. We are the problems. Instead of us governing ourselves, trying to create develop our own democracy, we are ranking everything. Ruto nakwambia nini? Oh, I've won South Korea, I've won Germany, I'm here Saudi Arabia where our girls are being terrorized. I've told them to create jobs. I'm sending, next year I'm sending some 10,000 Kenyans to go and work in the other country. Can someone just tell him whenever he says that one, I feel like shooting him? Let someone tell him that. How you want to tear us? You are sending your own people to other countries. And that's something now you are telling people. That's like sending slaves. What's the difference between slavery and what it's doing right now? How?
Yeah, even somebody had posted at going to Germany, you have to practice German. Going to Germany, you must have 750,000 in your account. Going to Germany, you must have known that language completely. If you don't know, where are you going to? Where are you going to?
Oh, fight for you, right, Mama? Why not Germans come to Kenya? Why not the South Koreans come to Kenya? Why not the Americans come to Kenya? And we are telling us we are taking your Kenyans to the other countries. You are
No, he has said he's lying. Actually, he's lying to us. He's just lying.
Not even lying. He has become, you know what? He's practicing slavery. He's doing slave trade. And guess what he tells you? What he tells you? Unaenda nje, ukisaa, ukirudi, huyu mtoto wako, that's ulipe 1 million, ndio akupatie birth certificate ya Kenya.
Wewe, hiyo kwanza mimi naua Ruto, by the way. Mimi unajua niko na mtoto huku nje, by the way. Hiyo mimi hata sijui kwa nini mmeenda huko.
Uko na mtoto ama uko na watoto?
Mimi nitaua mtu.
Uko na watoto sio mtoto. Use the right figurative language. Uko na watoto, wewe unalipa mamilioni. Wacha niongeze.
Na mchunge Jerumani amenyamaza huko.
Mimi hata namaliza kabisa. You see, I want to bwana,
kama unamaliza kabisa basi tuanze kufanya nini?
Ngoja kidogo. I want to talk to Roba. You see, na watoto wako utaniambia. Sasa
No, guys, let me tell you a true story before you proceed. Remember, in fact, I did process things for my kids, 3 of them. Niko na watatu tu. What I did was, I came in, I didn't know. That was 2 years ago. I came in.
You did 3 million.
No. I paid zero. I paid zero. I went there. When you apply from US or anywhere, it's $50, $50. But when you're on the ground, it's zero. You go to immigration office, their original certificate, everything, they got a process. It's just like 1 hour. Everything's done free. I can eat from 0 to 1 million. How? That one makes no sense.
Hiyo ni family planning kwa njia fupi. Hiyo ni coil. Hiyo ni kama coil. Watu wanaambiwa weke coil usizae. Anyway,
unajua huyu alienda mapema, alipeleka mapema kabla milioni ikuje. Sasa kama ungepeleka kama size, hiyo ni 3 million my friend.
3 million.
Yeah, wanaume wafanye vasectomy. That is what he is saying. Mufanye vasectomy nini musizae ili so kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kusema kabla ya nani right akuje. You see in Africa you see this thing we call democracy, yeah? In Africa we had our own concept of like when niambia ati before colonialism we didn't have an organized system of leadership whereby like in Mount Kenya region we used to have something we used to call karengerere. Karengerere ni wazee used to sit down and they could discuss the hierarchy of leadership, and leadership was used to be applied very seamlessly with no flaws. So I think what happened, and even in Kenya, by the way, for your information, wazee wamekuwa kiketi chini and they will always propose. That's why even watu kama akina huyu baba ya Raila Odinga in his own wisdom alisema mimi siwezi kuwa kiongozi, lazima huyu akuwe kiongozi. There used to be an agreement of who should become a leader at what time. And to me, I think that is where we are failed as Kenyans, whereby wazee wetu na .com au vijana wa siku hizi, we are not in sync of who should lead Kenya. So unakuta wazee wanataka huyu and then some other crooks wanataka huyu. So our system of watching the nation haiko. The people who are supposed to be the source of the wisdom of our nation either hawasikilizwi or they are not existent. But somehow there are some people who are supposed to be helping that country who are not there. Otherwise that country should not be. Hiyo nchi Kenya ifai kukua at this point, and we have wise people. Watu wanasomanga nyota. Unajua hata kwa Biblia.
Jiru, can I ask you a question? Kila mtu hapa nataka kumuuliza. Who discovered Thompson Falls?
Wewe wacha kuleta story ya JC hapa. Thompson Falls ilikuwa Waafrika walikuwa nayo even before mzungu.
So
the first European to see Thompson Falls.
So Thompson alikuja akapata tu wa Kenya hakuwa ameidiscover, hakuwa
not discover. Ingekuwa the description is this: who was the first European to see Thompson Falls? That one I can understand it, but the one of discovering, that one we have removed it from the syllabus. Hiyo kama bado kwa syllabus mnasoma hivyo, what to you forget about that. So ile kitu nilikuwa nikikuelezea it's very simple. Unaona kama ili watu wa discover Yesu after amezaliwa, for them to discover where the Christ is, kulikuwa na watu wa kusoma nyota. There is a reason why inaleta hii example ya kusoma nyota. Unaona, any nation which doesn't have star leaders are the people who can read the future. Sababu hawa watu wa kusoma nyota, they were able to understand where the star is going, and they were able to follow that star, na waliweza kufika pale mtoto amezaliwa. Even a country, if it doesn't have star leaders ni wale watu ambao Mungu amewapea neema ya kuona future. Once hao watu wameona future, they cannot be able to read the flock into that future, and now those people will go to their destination without any flaws. There is no way in which Kenya is being led by Ruto. Ile kitu inamaanisha, it is very simple. The people who are supposed to lead the future of Kenya, they are either not existent or walikufa.
Njiro, you know what? I disagreed on that one. Do you know why? before Uhuru Kenyatta atoke, alituambia nini? Huyu jamani tapeli, huyu jamani nipatie yako. Unakumbuka ile clip? Yako ndio hii, yako ndio hii ni ya kwangu. Unakumbuka when he was even talking about this Kikuyu? I mean, we had people who saw what was coming on this man. Uhuru Kenyatta told us, ijapokuwa watu wa Kenya, and I can't blame them because, lakini kama wangekuja in masses wapige kura, could have had a different direction. But because of whatever happened, there was some leadership. Uhuru provided us that. Alituambia the future. He was telling us, this is how the future goes. If you go this way, this could happen. Mkienda hii, afadhali huyu msee akushinda. Guess what's happening? People are suffering. What else do we want? Uhuru alituambia bwana, nyota. Hiyo ulisema mwenye kusoma nyota. Nyota ndio hiyo Uhuru alitupatia. Huyu tabeli angekuepo. Si yeye alikuwa makamu wake na alituambia, lakini we never even listened to him. Sahi, even some Kenyans wametuambia ya kwamba wamefunga macho. Even Ruto was not even, he has never been a vice president ya Kenya. That's how stupid we are. And Ruto, somebody was telling me at Ruto, Ruto was not even a vice president of Kenya. Raila was the president. And you know, somebody who's almost 40 years old.
You're right. You're right. You're 100% right. Germany has been very quiet. I don't know. Germany, are you still there?
I am still here. You know, at times it's good to
I run, normally in Germany, if you don't know how I run as long as we don't get too many, I like people to just get in and have a conversation. I don't know why you're not biting the cake. This cake is for everybody to bite. I don't know why you're so quiet.
I understand. You know, at times it's good to be enriched by perspectives other than yours. So I just listen. Usually I would listen without coming into studio, but today I said let me listen from inside the studio. So don't mind. I fully understand where you're coming from, but I appreciate fully the opportunity to participate. One comment that I wanted to make maybe at this point is yes, I hear the views. I appreciate most of the views, not most of the views. I appreciate all of the views. One of the questions that I'm left wondering, even as we come to almost the close of the session, and this one I'm borrowing from Roba's last comments on Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is our last reference as a past president. But I'm asking myself the question, has Kenya ever had a president who got into office with the sole purpose of driving the nation towards a certain goal? A president who got into office not by accident, not because they wanted to achieve certain things for themselves, but wanted to achieve selflessly for the nation. Have we ever had that? Maybe if there are views that can enrich my thoughts there, I will appreciate. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremani, but because let me stay away from this. But we're starting to do our closing remarks, and Jeremani, I want you to be the last person to do that so that you can get your answers.
Kwanza mama aongee. Mama anataka kusema kitu, naona tu
anakuja. She's right next. I want us to listen to actually take what Jeremani has asked and see if we can actually answer him as we are doing our closing remarks. Mami, nataka ufanye na mtu akifanya closing remarks zake asichomoke tafadhali. Mkae. Jeremani, even you. Roba, you know there's a backstage. So mtu asijaribu kutoka hapa. So, Mom, I want you to do your closing remark. Uliza chochote, ongea chochote, everything that you have in yourself. Cheza ka wewe, alafu is your closing remark, and then we'll move to Roba, and then we go to Njiru, and alafu tufunge na Jerumani. Na mtu asijaribu kutoka mahali hapa. will be on the backstage, then we'll have a conversation. So for the sake of the show, I want to start appreciating everybody that has been here with us. Asanteni sana. Bloki Mary, uliuliza nikakuwekea nini hujakuja. Is free to come into this show. All you have to do is just click on the link that we put out there. It's free. Hakuna mtu you don't have to be a member. You don't have to be anything. As long as you're here, you can see it on the comment section. Asanteni sana. Ani, asanti sana. Angela Wamboi, asanti sana. Tunashukuru. Anasema yes, boycott. Huyu ameamua kuboycott. Ana boycott kila kitu mpaka Christmas. Aha. Who else? Oh, ni Angela, si Ani. Aha, let's see. Who else? Hey, who meant to? Hey. Akina simko na majina ngumu. Meant to Hotep. Meant to Hetop too. Asante. Good. Angela Wambui, huo ni wetu. Let me see. Nani mwingine hapa? Monica asanti. Angela Wambui, asanteni sana. Tunashukuru sana. This is called Candy Talk. Hey, na ningekulwa. Mohamed Ege. Na unafaa kunipigia wewe. Takosana. Mohamed Ege, you need to call me. Anyway, thank you guys. It's been Sound Candy Talk, but anyway, we still have this the closing remarks. Give us the likes, love the show, subscribe, and then we continue. Tunakuaga hapa. We have to talk about matters of our country. All right, let's start with Mom. Closing remarks. Na msijaribu kutoka hivyo tu.
Na nimefurahia sana hiyo moshene mama ametuletea, ama ni kusnive. We endelea kutusinivia na huko unatuletea. At least that report was very good. At least we are now armed. Sasa tunajua ni nini tunapambana nayo. Tuko tayari, tunangojea hiyo simba. Tuko na mikuki, usijali. Tuko na mikuki na tuko na shield. Tutaidunga tumbo kama Masai.
Najua ni Christmas, ungoje time yako ya closing remark. Acha kwanza mama apatiane closing remark. Najua uko na haraka kwa sababu ni Christmas. Wewe, Mom.
Sasa hiyo jambo Jeremani ameuliza, whoever tried to come closer was Kibaki, and even after his second term ile aliiba, he came closer. Actually alionyesha anaweza kuja closer to people, arudishe economy ikwe vile ilikuwa vizuri. He actually did his part. Lakini hii gava tuko nayo, ndugu zanguni, wacheni niwaambie, hizi pesa hata mnalia ya 1 million kama mtoto wako hajazaliwa Kenya, hizi pesa anachanga anunue, kama ni KICC, kama ni wapi, yani hizo worst places anasema, while they are not worst. Hata nimepigia hao watu wanahabari, reporters, asanti sana kwa kumexpose immediately on the spot. Hata wakumngojea, wamemwambia tu hii unasema hii na ni hii ni hii, akashindwa. Sasa what is not happening? Na wakasema ukweli, hawakumuogopa. Sasa hizi pesa ni mchango, and is actually like preparing our heads that those places are not working, they are not worthwhile, they are not bringing any cash to Kenya. Hizo zinaletwagwa, hizo ni uongo. Unaona, alikuwa hata na sauti ya kuambia ule mjamaa, sijui kama ni huyo Sam Gituku ama ni nani, alikuwa akisema maneno za KRA. Ruto had the guts to tell him ati ile kitu anasema ni uongo. Ati KRA sio hivyo, ni uongo. Hapo ndi nikasema gai, huyu mtu anasema nini hapa? Anapatiwa results safi, clean, anakataa. He is refuting on the spot, hata hataki kuangalia. Sasa hizi ni mchango za, actually he's preparing our heads ili tujue hii kitu inaenda kuuzwa, inanunuliwa but inanunuliwa na mtu wa nje. It is being bought. Sasa our heads should be prepared. He's actually preparing us. Musistuke, but already akisema anajibiwa. Watu washajua nia yake ni nini. We have known. Actually anataka tu kumaliza. He doesn't care. Roba Wakikuyu hawakumvote. This guy stole. He's only annoyed. Ruto is only annoyed that they have made him go through the pains of stealing. Ni kitu ile hakuwa anahitaji, anafikiria ataiba. Alijua hao Wakikuyu watampatia. But they didn't give him. Sasa saa hii anawatesa. Why? Because they made him steal. Wamefanya amezunguka mzunguko ingine kubwa sana. Badala ya kumwekea kura na amewapatia pesa left, right and center. Naona? Sasa he's just annoyed. But in actual sense, they never voted him. Hata wanasema, wengi wao wanasema, hatukumvote, lakini the young ones did. The young guys did, young tax, hao walifanya. Lakini wale wazee wamekomaa kidogo, they knew about the laptops na the studies, zile tulidanganya. They knew this guy is a liar. Na amedanganya kweli, na amedanganya kifuatana. Uliona akiulizwa maneno ya ati ulisema ati economy, hawa watu wanacheza tu na economy. Aliulizwa tu hapo na wanahabari. Akasema, sometimes vitu zinaenda sijui hivi. Unajua you might be thinking like this, that it goes like this. Na alitukana hata Uhuru hapo akasema hawa watu wanamaliza. They should be making roads for us. They should not be doing ABCD. You see, he said nonsense. And all this Wakenya yenyewe tunaangalia. By the way, ametupeleka vibaya. Huyu ni mtu wa PhD. PhD ya uongo. PhD alishika na mkono. Ya uongo. Hii si PhD ile yake ati sijui ati amesoma. Hii ni ya uongo kabisa alipatiwa hivi. And he can lie. Anadanganya hata akiona hata macho yake ifanyi. Hakuna. Na ako ready pia kukuweka chini na hiyo uongo akwambie yes it's like this. Sasa utafanya nini? Sasa sword ndio hiyo tunataka kukatakata. Ameambia Omtata rafiki yake. Huyu ndugu zangu ni we have to try. But mimi akili yangu inaniambia he won't finish 5 years. Sioni akimaliza. Na tutaionea hapa Januari tu. Si mbali. People are really crying. Watu wanalia. Watu wanalia hata saa ingine unaona hapa takataka inatupwa. Kuna mtu anakuja kukaa hapa nje kungojea takataka. Ile inatupwa kutoka kwa nyumba, anachukua chakula. Ako na paper bag. Kijana msafi tu. He's coming with a paper bag. Na anasema vizuri hii ndio anakula. Ameshindwa where to go. And he comes here every Wednesday. And every Saturday. Ako hapa. Lazima tu tena saa zingine wanampatia, saa zingine anazimalizia hapa anakula kidogo na ingine anabeba. Ile atusemi eti anaenda kupelekea umbwa, hapana. Hiyo ni yake. I'm telling you tunaona vitu. Mambo imeharibika. Saa ingine mtu anakuja hapa kwa mlango ananiambia, "Mama haki, nisaidie tu hata fare ya 50 nimeshindwa hata vile nifike." It is sad. Mali tunaelekea. Tuombe. Mungu kama amekusaidia ili umepatia mtu, hata hiyo asanti saa ingine ndio tunatakaga. Mungu unapatia mtu ili tu akuambie thank you, na Mungu pia ataona hiyo thank you yako. Hiyo ndio tithe yako umetoa. Nikuambie Ruto ametusukuma hata hakuna ametusukuma. Stima zinaenda kitu ile haiendagi. Hata leo usiku ilienda. Si ilienda ikarudi. Hapa ni mimi nilienda peke yangu. Si ilienda ikarudi. Sasa hiyo usiku anafanya nayo nini? Sijui ule mtu atamtoa tu hivi ambebe hivi amtoe. I don't know. Let's wait. Let's pray to God. God is great. Thank you.
Tuko kira tene. tukopera tene tukanyuhe Ruto. Haya, Roba, choma pia wewe.
Bottom up, bottom up, bottom up. Sisi atupangui ngwi. Sisi atupangui ngwi, ya. Sahi ndio tunapangwa. Sakayo, Mutalii, yeah. Na sahi Musa watu is sending his people to other countries. Let me say, my countrymen, let me say this. Let me conclude by saying this. In any given government which comes to power, the first thing they have to take care of is the economy. The economy which gives jobs to the people, young and old. But what Mr. Ruto did when he started the election, he was announced our president. There's nothing we could do. Then we said, you know what? Let him come. Let's see what he does. He was given a chance. The chance he was given was to build of what he was when he was the vice president. Did he do it? No. He decided kuja na kifua. It's my way or highway. You are my way, you disappear. Sasa vitu vitatu ndio anatuambia vitu vitatu. Another thing. So here's the thing. A president who thinks is above the law is a dictator. And that's the name I want to give Mr. Ruto. It's hit martial dictator Ruto. That one, he owns it. Because what comes from his mouth is not what I expected in a country like ours, where we know we are a democracy, where rule of law takes first, nobody's above the law, and the other side has to be respected. Can you imagine if it was Laida who was the president and is doing exactly what Ruto is doing? Then I don't know what could have happened. Now, what's the way forward? The way forward, Mr. Ruto, let me give you advice. The way forward. Jobs, 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 jobs. Kama hakuna, you better resign. Because at this point, I think everybody's praying against you. Kila mtu anakuombea. Hata hiyo maombi yenu mlikuwa mnafanya kutoka status, mnatuambia nyinyi waamini Mungu imeenda. Siku hizi we don't even see you na hiyo maombi yenu. Unaona? Hadi mlikuwa si nyinyi ndio mnaomba whatever your wife and everything. Okay. You can do miracles. We know you can do miracles. Hata mkiona mvua, hata nyinyi ndio mliweka mvua ikakuja kunyesha. We know that. Hiyo miracles mlikuwa mnafanya, tunataka watu wetu wapate kazi. And I'm just telling you, there's no compromise on this. If you don't build the economy of this country, it's really bad. Very, very bad. If you are on the ground, you see from industrial area, you go town, you go other parts, even some other parts of the country, things are very, very bad. Now, one thing, as somebody who did transport and logistics management, that's what I did when I joined the middle school, is this. Safety also comes very important thing in our country. But ukitembea hapa nje bwana, hii Kenya. So where they don't value. We want a country where life is valued. Sahi unapata somebody has a motorbike, they hit you, wanaenda, there's nothing, no follow-up police test, they make a report, you never see that report. When you go to make a follow-up report, when they want bribery, sasa tuko wapi jamani? Where are we? Where are we? Just look at everything, what's going on. The big picture of this country. The big picture of this country is this. There are two places tonight. Now, our driver is William Samoei Ruto, and our contractor is Gachieta. Sahi Kenya imefika Kisumu. We are headed to Lake Victoria. That's na ingine tumefika Mombasa. We are headed to Indian Ocean. Wa Kenya, we cannot let these people watuweke ndani ya uko ya maji. That's where we are headed to. We cannot let them. We cannot let them. Because the more we leave them on power, the more we will get everything the next 4 years, the next 3 years, that hole will never come out of that hole. I'm telling you. At this point, I want to tell everybody, before we wish you all Merry Christmas and everything. I know it's very difficult outside there, but whatever little you get, enjoy yourself. With God's grace, things will be better. Because of what I know right now, thank you, President Uhuru Kenyatta, my president. At least now you have come out. I know you are kicking this guy right now. And I know Mount Kenya is coming back to you. And when we get hold of Mount Kenya, and we call maandamano, huyu Chaneko, huyu Wasimu, huyu shinda muitaje nini, Chachuok, he's going to get out. Huyu. I mean, to tell the truth, the man does not know what he's doing. Presidency, you are president, don't tell me what other countries are doing on their people. Kutuambia, the worst thing about it, to tell us that there are some jobs being created for Kenyans outside Kenya.
Sure.
Where when Mchinga kama sijui nani. Never. That's something some of us, we don't want to hear. Someone like me. I don't want to hear a president who tells me that he could have jobs outside for Kenya. I want jobs inside Kenya. That's our country. We want our jobs to be built here. Wacha kutuambia American reserve, wacha kutuambia because jobs zilienda America nini. America does not run our country. We are independent. We are an independent country. At kila kitu USA. Kila kitu USA ndio USA. I don't want to be a president telling me USA. Then go and run a president in the USA. Yeah? We gave you mandate, which you stole. You stole from us. We gave Raila Odinga. Mr. Ruto, we gave Raila Odinga. Lakini uliiba kutoka kwake. Umefanya nini? Najua kitu ya wishi yendi bali. Na hii Ruto. Na hii Ruto. If you don't suppose chunga. Aya. As long as you don't build this economy, you are given a chance. If I were you, I would resign. I would resign because you are incapable. Ruto is incapable. Ruto will never win a second term unless aenda ibe atumie military afanye nini. It's the worst president ever to record in Kenya. Ruto. I wish you go even tomorrow. I'll be happy, man. I will celebrate. Thank you, guys. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Thank you. Now, like I said, mtu asijaribu kuguza leave. We're gonna have a back. We're gonna have a back screen thing. So mtu asijaribu kuguza kitu. Mtu asijaribu kutoka. Tunaenda back screen tukiwa hivyo. Backstage. Jerumani, I want to bring you because kuna anakwaga mkora huyu atawepa. Anatokaga, anarudi, he is full of drama. Jerumani, I want you to come first. Your closing remark, sir, and thank you for being around for this long. From your book to everything, you've been here. Leo, kuna mtu hapa hivi, I don't know who it was. Somebody here on the comment section was saying, Leo Jerumani leo ameamua kukua patriotic. But Jerumani, I want you to give your honest closing remark. And please do not go anywhere. Like I'm telling everybody, msiende mahali hata nikianza kucheza za kufunga. We're going on the backstage.
Na mbona Jerumani auzi kitabu?
Si atauza sasa, si ni closing remark yake. Wewe unataka kumuuzia.
Atuambie bei sahi hapa watu wane. And you should be running the cover page hapo.
Ujui already?
Wewe sio Jerumani. Hata sijaona ukirun cover page hapa. Kazi yako tu ni kutuonesha certificate which we knew it was fake. Hebu weka hiyo sasa hapo tena. Nani akuona? Fight for your right. Fight for your right. Umeona hiyo certificate imbo?
I heard Jerumani from the word go. Sisi ni wale tunamuochigi tu. Okay.
Wacheni Jerumani fanye closing remark. Kwa nini mnamsumbua?
Jerumani bana, uza vitabu sasa bana. Wachana na huyu uza vitabu.
So, as I said, at times you take a pause and just listen to the views of other people, because at times You may think yourself wise until you hear other people speak and you discover you know nothing. That's why I keep quiet and listen, because some of the questions I want to ask are answered in conversation. So I just keep quiet, listen, and tick the boxes in my head as the conversation is going on. So when you see me silent, I'm being cautious with my statements. I'm just answering the questions in my head so that I can tap into the wisdom of the people who are speaking. Usually you discover that wisdom is with the people who speak rather than you trying to make your commentary all the time. And I'm trying to exercise that in myself. But that aside, uh, I want to say thank you to the panelists as well, because it's the views of people like yourself that inspire me to start thinking which are the areas I could start researching further to gain more knowledge. As I said, I'm a history enthusiast. I borrow from social history and I try to learn what happens in society by listening to the people who are in the society. What are the challenges in there, and what are the kind of solutions that can arise from those interactions? That said, I also look at the question that I posed about the president. Has Kenya ever had a president that has been selfless? And maybe this is a question political genome will help me answer when he comes to make his closing remarks. With regard to selling books, I posed even in the preface of my book that it is likely majority of the Kenyans will not read the book that I've written. So I'm not looking so much to sell the books. I'm looking for opportunities for people to read about the history of the country we call Kenya. And then at that point, it will not matter whether I sell the books or not. It will be about have the questions that I pose in the book and the information that I've put forth in the book be enriched by newer sources, or will they inspire certain actions from the people who read and from the citizens of Kenya? So I will not make the attempt to try and say this is the price, this is that. I will only say the book is available on Amazon. Those who are sufficiently inspired to want to dig deep into it will know how to access it. And then I've also provided in the book how we can keep engaging in discussion, because I believe when a book is written, it is not the end. There's new information that always comes up from different sources. And I will want to tap into those new sources to continue that discussion. Without taking up too much time, I would say yes, thank you both to the panelists and to the audience, because I also look at the comments that people make, because they contribute towards sharpening the mind. I mentioned in my presentation, I'm a human being in pursuit of heightened consciousness. And that heightened consciousness can only come from interaction and listening to other fellow human beings. Asante.
I was
Tamam.
hope I was hoping you could keep on talking because I was about to bring your chapter 1 of that book on the screen.
Weka.
Okay, where Sasa Basi, as you're doing your closing remark, let me I have a couple of things. I mean, some of the chapters that they were reading here as ikiendelea, so that people can see. So do your closing remark, Njiro. The floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate everybody who comes to spend his time here. I will not say that we are coming here to waste time. We are coming here to spend time, especially to enlighten Kenyans. and to show Kenyans like we understand the predicament which are happening in our nation. And one of the delight which makes me to always feel, even when I'm supposed to be somewhere entertaining my family, I need to be here, is because of the gains which I always see as we are getting. And more so, may I take also this chance to congratulate Saudi Kadid. I have heard is like you people, you have reached 2 million views. So I look forward to seeing you people having 10 million views. Mukifikisha 10 million views, nitawapea present, munikumbushe. Congratulations, at least you are doing well. Those 2 million views ni binadamu. It is not a zoo, sio nyani. Hiyo 2 million views sio nyani ama buffalo walikuwa wanaona, ni binadamu. So inaoneshana ya kwamba we have an impact of telling the Kenyans what needs to be done, and the awakening. You know what we are doing here, even without telling watu, and then mukangoe get the state house ama whatever, they know, they understand, like we are ventilating the hunger. Can you imagine when we are supposed to be preparing for the Christmas and for the festive season, we are here? It's not a joke. It is because, like in 2019, if you did such a program here, hata hakuna mtu angeshughulika ati kukuja hapa ati let's talk the status of Kenya. By the yule mtu anatupea notes ni Ruto. Let me tell you, you people, if Ruto was organized na alikuwa anafanya kazi mzuri, atungekuwa na vitu ya kuongea hapa. Can you imagine? Every day we talk for 10 hours. Kila siku tunaongea masaa 10 hapa, na hakuna mtu nimeisikia akiongea hapa anajirudia, isipokuwa tu Kenyan with love anaongea. Anyway, hao watoto yako tutalipia.
Sasa hii aki
wacha nimalize point yangu. So what I was trying to say is that this disorganization of Zakayo is what is making the attack get organized. By the way, na nyinyi watu musijari, when the government is disorganized, by default the citizens get organized and the Kenyans will get organized. Na musiulize how we will attack. Once 15 million people have the same reasoning, they are affected the same way, the attack will be natural. Hata msianzie ati kuuliza nani atatupeleka State House. Hiyo tu utasikia tu kila mtu tu anatoka kwake akisema ni State House we go, State House we go, forward ever hadi huko. Hakuna hata mtu sahihi anaogopa hiyo gate ile ya March. We were not extreme, hatukuwa ready sana, sababu kuna wale watu walikuwa wanasema sijui nini, ni kama watu wanatafuta viti. Sasa we have separated ya kwamba we are not interested with the seat, we are interested with the common agenda of the African man, prosperity of Mukenya. So the day of we go is coming. We will fight. Our generals, our heroes who fought for that nation, though we have retrogressed, I believe now the generals are the ones who are not in politics. We have the likes of Tom Mboya, we have the likes of Pinto, we have the likes of Robert Ouko, but they are not in politics. Wako huku na raia tu, and those people will get organized within the people. And this revolution is not going to come from the politicians. That time akina Kibaki, who are very responsive people, they were politicians. Now the people with knowledge akina Jeremani wako huku tu kwa raia, wako kwa raia, hawana hii power. We will get this power from Zakayo na tupea akina Jeremani. So bwana Jeremani, what I would like to advise you is that get ready. We can put you in power to become anything. So we can give you the hiyo kiti ya Namwamba. I can actually foster for you. Hiyo kiti ya Namwamba tunaweza kupea. you go and exercise your things there. So, because we want people who have done something, who have some history. Ababuna Mwamba, the only thing I know about him, and sorry to say, the only thing about Ababuna Mwamba, I don't know much about him, and now he is in power. Anyway, as I conclude, sababu najua Mato anataka kunisimamisha, apendangi kusikia nikiongea sana, and I want to ventilate. I'm now going for Christmas, so kesho mnaweza nikosa na hiyo kesho ingine. So this is what I will say. Please, let's talk. People will, our speech will, people will get organized. Musianzie kuuliza nani, who will, let me tell you, unaona, even bees, this is how bees operate. Bees, when they are in their hive, they are not taught how to sting. But within their numbers, and an attack is coming, they know what to do. Even us, no one will teach us how to attack. But in our numbers and in our own wisdom, we will know how to attack. So we don't need to fear Zakayo. Actually, Zakayo is a very small thing. No one that Alito Ruto the other day. Actually, Zakayo is not our problem. So, my dear madam, Mami, Zakayo is not our problem. Even in his organization, na huko kwote unatuambia wana spy na huko na kuweka wakare kila pahali. That is not the thing. He is not our problem. Actually, our biggest problem is to get organized. Are we organized and are we ready? We can handle any problem through unity. Ruto is the smallest thing in us. Like if we get organized, even like a family, a family which prays together stays together. So even us, if we get organized, Zakayo is the least thing. We should even not be wasting our time here talking about Zakayo. All we should be calling for here is unity and oneness in thinking, and everything will roll it over. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Niliwaambia msijaribu kuenda mahali popote, kani tu hapo. I want to thank everybody that has been around. Nashukuru sana kwa kila mtu, Mohamed Ege na kila mtu. I just want to say thank you. This has been the Sound Candy Talk. Msijaribu kuenda. Everybody that is on the screen, stay on the screen. Hata nikicheza vitu nacheza. Asanteni. Tupatane kesho. This is Sound Candy Talk. Inshallah.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Sisi vile si wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea. Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu, na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo, anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Twende kabisa, wani lazima. Enda, tera twende.
Wakenya mko njaa.